Assalamu alaikum. Is there anyone who is waiting for somebody who's on the way? Or should we just crack on? Okay. This is going to be a little intense. So before I turn up the heat, I'm going to try and see where you guys are at. Okay? We're going to talk about a lot of things today. About you. Because this is my last session in England in this tour. And I don't want to leave on a low note. This is more of a, where are the cameras? Where am I supposed to look at? Here. And? Here. Okay. So, I'm going to be leaving a lot of messages for all of England. And it'll be a little intense in terms of emotions. It's been quite a tour, alhamdulillah. And somebody can really follow me, eh? So I just wanted to thank you all, first of all, for coming. And by the way, I cannot see you, okay? So just in case if you catch me staring at you, I don't really mean it. It's too much light in my face. So I want to begin, just like I begin with most of my sessions. I'm going to start talking to you guys, trying to get to know you. And then we'll take it on from there, okay? So just somebody from the back, because if I start talking to you, then nobody's going to hear me. Anybody, any volunteer. No trick questions, no personal questions, so don't worry. I'm just going to ask general inquiries. Anybody? Yes, sir. What's your name?
Ayan.
I can't see you. I can see something moving, so there's too much light on my face, so don't worry.
What's the best part about giving these talks?
Okay, that's the London accent, eh? What do you mean by that? What's the what?
What's
giving
the
these
best
talks?
part about giving these talks?
Best part? Oh, yeah, okay, you asked me. Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay? Then I'm going to take your question.
All right.
What's your name?
Ayan.
Say what now?
Ayan.
Ayan.
Yeah.
Ayan, yeah. Ayan, yeah. Okay? You just say like it's Ryan, you know? So it's Ayan. I always tell your full name, okay? What's your full name?
Mohammed Ayan Chima.
Ayan it is. So, Ayan, have you attended any of the other sessions? This is your first?
No, this is my first.
Oh, okay. How old are you?
15.
You're 15.
Yeah.
That's nice. You gotta really like pay attention to what I'm about to unfold here, okay?
All right.
I mean, you're the reason why I'm here. Like boys and girls your age, like literally. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're gonna go home. You're gonna find out most of whatever I'm gonna say. Your mommy and your daddy will be like, "Mentoni manta."
Sorry?
You know, they're gonna say that.
Yeah.
So you'll have to counter. Okay. So you need to ask me questions so that you can rebut when you're home. Did you come alone?
No, I'm with my brother and sister.
Oh, okay. Your age?
Yeah.
Okay.
Older.
Well, there you go. So let's talk to a mommy. Any mom? Yes, ma'am. What's your name? Aisha. Aisha, did you bring your kids? Your daughter. Okay. So why did you bring your child? How old is she? 15? 15? 15. Yeah. So why did you bring her here?
She agreed to come with me. I have 5 kids, only she agreed to come.
I'm thinking the rest of them are older than her.
One is older, the rest are younger.
Okay. So no, that's not my question. Why did you bring them?
I wanted to know about Islam.
So what can I tell her about Islam that you haven't done already?
Because I think I don't know enough myself.
Well, I'm not going to talk about Islam here. Today, I want to talk about you. Okay? Of course, going to be around Islam. I want to be putting you in the central position. And that's what my job is. Trust me, I mean, this is my last session in England. I got to make sure I deliver the message. Okay? You haven't seen any of the videos, so I get the fact that you won't know what I'm talking about right now, but you will in about 30 minutes. Then I'm going to start to, go a little personal. Yeah, so you migrated here, Aisha? Were you born here? Pakistan. Okay, so you migrated. Yeah, all your kids here? All the kids here. Where's your husband? Okay, don't. Born and raised. Pakistan? He's not from Pakistan. Okay. So who migrated from the boys here? Who's an immigrant? Who saw the coast? Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I came here like 8 months ago.
8 months?
Yeah.
How old are you?
From
You look like
Pakistan.
you're 8 months ago.
No, I'm 15 years old. I migrated here like 8 months ago.
From where?
Pakistan.
So it's been 8 months.
Yeah.
You were 14 years
Yeah,
at that
yeah.
time.
14.
So you migrated alone?
No, with my parents, obviously.
Are they here?
No, I'm here with my cousin and my sister. Yeah.
So 15-year-olds are coming alone, like without the parents. Okay. So this is central London. And this is like a gallery. So this is more like a theater. Okay. Is anybody who's here who's a third generation Brit, whose grandmother and grandfather were born here? Okay. Second generation? Mommy and daddy were born here. Okay. First generation. Born here. Mommy and daddy migrated, but you were born here. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question. Okay. Then I'm going to start to. You can give him a mic. Yeah. So what? This is a particular. Actually, it's a peculiar session. When you say Sahil Adeem session or Muslim identity or the awakening, it's not your regular, deal of the cards. It's not your classic Muslim session. Did you know that? Really? So what's the difference? Because I'm about to, I'm going to turn the heat on. This is going to get a little intense. I'm telling you this right now. I don't give these kind of warnings. You'll see. Gee, yes, sir. True. Yeah, that's true. But what's your name? Sharif. Come on, say it in Urdu, man, not English. Spell that. Oh, okay. Sharon. Nice, man. Yeah, very English. Sharon. Shireen. How old are you, Shireen? 23. Demotivation, huh? So you came here to?
To get demotivated.
Demotivated. Really?
Trust me, I need it. I hate motivation.
That's good. Assuming that you know what you're talking about. Why?
I quite spend a lot of time getting motivated, and I just dump it. I just dump my dopamine for no reason.
You just what? What's the word?
So dopamine, yeah. So I just...
You just dump it.
Wasted my dopamine levels or energy, but just getting motivated for wrong reason.
Like what?
Especially like the things you say, like for being a billionaire or something, the Westerners talk about. Like I had been.
Are you born here? Are you?
I born in Italy.
You're born in Italy.
Yeah.
You speak Italian?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't, so don't worry.
Okay.
You know. No, mi hablo un poquito español, but not Italian.
No problem. I can teach you Italian.
Oh, okay. So, English. You were not born here. When did you come here?
4 years ago.
4 years. Yeah. Oh, you really speak like an Englishman, because I don't understand what you're saying. You got to slow down the speed and raise the volume. Yeah.
Okay.
So you got dopamine.
So what I was referring to is like I had been self-development in so many times and so many ways that I
Oh,
actually,
so you're sick of it now.
yeah,
Yeah.
like a robot.
Sick of developing ourselves.
Yeah,
These wretched motivational speakers.
yeah.
Like what? Like, give me a name.
You know Robert Greene,
No.
the writer of 48 Laws of Power or Mastery?
Oh, but he's not a speaker.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
a
yeah.
speaker, but he's
I
quite.
thought it was green. Okay.
Yeah,
What did you say was his name?
Robert Greene and other people, Tommy Robinson or other. You name anyone, I'm just sick of it.
By the way, that's one of his laws of power. Get sick of it.
Not really.
So you did read the book.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is going to be a demotivational session. Why? What am I going to do? What are you expecting?
To put ourselves in a discomfort positions on our circumstances.
You're using really good words. Really good words. That's job one. That's what I'm going to do. Actually, let me show you. Should I show you right now? No, it's too soon. I'm going to show you. Because I don't want you to start reading the slides, okay? Okay. Yeah, so 20-year-old girl, 25 or less. Anybody? Yeah, expectation. I need your expectation. What are you expecting?
I'm mainly here with my husband, and we're just here to learn from you because I've been watching you for a long time, and we hope to
That's
raise
bland. What's your name?
Fatima.
Fatima, come on. Learn what? Give me something specific.
We're gonna have the next generation, and I want to make them prepared to take over the world, basically in a nice manner, in an Islamic manner.
Who? The next generation.
Yeah, because we will be responsible for the.
I thought you're 25.
Yes, I am.
You are the next generation.
I am, but of course I'm gonna raise kids as well.
Okay, this is a plan for the next 15 years. If you're really smart, 10, and you're lucky, 8. This is not more. This is what I have right now. So if you're in your 20s, you better understand from tomorrow on, it's game on. This is your next 15 years. For those slowpokes, you know, the quick learners, you're going to have 3 to 4 years to start flying. This is what I'm going to do. I mean, it's not the first time I'm going to open this slide deck. I mean, you're going to be looking at it the first time. You haven't seen this in any video. But you need to understand, this is a power drug, dopamine. Okay? But it's going to lower your serotonin pretty blatantly. You're going to feel bad a little. You're going to start to feel a little remorse. And if you can't feel a little remorse, that means, you know, the drug is working. But that's not it. I'm not here to, you know, dampen the moods only. I'm here to make sure you actually start to, you know, what's the word? Melt. Do a little catharsis and try and see where you can actually change. And then give you enough of your toolkit to place yourself in England. England. Whatever I'm going to say, do not, caution to everybody, do not, make sure you do not take that one meaning that I'm trying to send you back to Pakistan or India. I need you guys here, okay, for at least the next 10 years. I need you guys here. You'll see what I'm about to unfold, okay? And I'm purposely building the curiosity. That's dopamine. Yeah, so Boom the Boys, what's the expectation? Give me like 2 words, 1 word each. Yes, sir. You want khilafa? Lovely khilafa.
Loving khilaf.
Loving it khilafa. Loving it. You're loving it khilafa.
No, implementing it more in our lives, day-to-day life, and wanting it as a system.
I didn't get it. No, yeah.
What part didn't you get?
All of it. Say it again.
Well,
You want to implement all of it.
the entire Sharia, yeah, of course.
By entire what? Oh my God, you guys are tough, eh? No, you know what? I was born in Pakistan, but I was 2 when the first thing I remember is America, okay? So I understand English. But as soon as I've come to England, I'm telling you, I do not understand English. So awesome. And you know what? They were scaring me for Birmingham and, Manchester and what's it called? Newcastle or Crawley. But you guys are tough. Give it to me one more time.
So I think coming here today, I want to love the Sharia more, and not on a nationalistic base, but, I'm from Afghanistan. I'm not Pakistani. I'm assuming everyone here is Pakistani. I've never heard of your Urdu lectures.
You have?
No, I haven't. I don't speak Urdu.
Somebody brought you here.
Yeah, actually, no, I came by myself.
So how do you know about me? I don't do Persian or Pashto.
No, I saw your English podcast like a few days ago. So I thought, you know what? I like some aspects of this guy. I like his,
No, it's all right. Not about me.
Yeah?
Talk about the program. Yeah.
Oh, what,
So
today?
you're here to okay. So the understand the implementation of what to do to get the khilafah. That's my job, by the way. That's what I'm trying to
That's
do.
not your job, no. Just no, not to implement it, just to love it.
That's my job. No, that is my job. That's your job too,
Is it?
isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but you need the correct methodology. I
Yeah,
guess.
That's what the slides are for. Not just methodology, but perspective first. Okay, I'm not going to start the word khilafah because you're already scared of it. But I want to use some scary words. I'm telling you. Okay, that's why I'm just trying to measure you guys up. You use this phrase here in England. I'm trying to measure you up. No, size you up. No, okay. Feel you. Trying to get to know you. Okay. Yeah. Yes. From the ladies' end. Bilkul akhir se.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a question about parenting.
No, I'm asking the question right now.
Right, so I'd like to ask, as a mother of 2 children...
Amen to that, sister. I mean, you bulldozed my question, innit?
you want to ask me? Okay.
Already did. But as a mother, go on, it's all right.
Okay, so what's on my mind is I've got a 21-year-old daughter and a 16-year-old son. So my husband has been watching your podcasts for quite some time.
I'm sorry.
And he's actually introduced your podcasts to me.
Apologize.
So I'm at the beginning of the awakening, and my husband is...
He's fully
through the
awake.
No, I wouldn't say fully awake. He's going through the process. Now, the thing is, I'd like to enforce Islam the right way to my children without being condescending or manipulating. Only because...
21 and 16.
Yeah.
Did they ever say these words, these 2 words? Did they ever use them?
They say, if I say something to them, they may say I'm backward or I'm being...
No, did they use the word condescending or, what's the word, manipulative?
Manipulating. The thing is, why I'm using those words is because growing up in England, being born here, having parents from Pakistan, I felt they would say certain things that were condescending and manipulating.
Give an
Especially when
example.
it came to-
No, I need an example.
Example was, Allah marenge agar ye kaam nahi karoge.
Allah marega
Allah marenge.
is condescending?
Well,
That's the least what he's going to do.
yeah.
maybe.
But the thing is, I don't want to use my parents' example to be a better parent and to have that awakening where I'm able to engage with them effectively to draw them in the right direction.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Engaging to make sure they take those few steps which you want them to do. But I would not need to know where they're at right now and where you actually want them to be. And then there's a distance, the delta. That's when we can cover. So I'm not going to be talking about parenting a lot, even though I am going to be talking about. That's what I do. Okay, I'm going to be talking about parenting. But you guys are all not parents. I'm not going to be talking to you as a father. That you being a father. I'm going to be talking to you man to man. Okay, or Muslim to Muslim, an adult to adult. So you gotta get the game up. I have a few questions here. I'm going to take them in the middle of the program, so don't worry. Anybody has any questions they're sitting on before they came to the program, before we begin? Anybody? Speak now or hold your peace forever.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes.
Hello, assalamu alaikum. My name is Sahil. Sahil.
No, whoa. You can't do that. Anything else is allowed. How do you spell this name?
Sahal.
S-A-H?
Al.
Sahil. Yeah, okay. That's a different name. Just don't throw it back at me. My name is S-A-H-I-L.
My name means simple.
Simple. And my name is complicated. Sahil.
The root word, 3 letters. I think you're simple as well.
No, you have a different ha in there. Sahil is a different ha. Yeah, my name means the valley. Your name means ease.
It means ease. And I'll inshallah bring you ease, inshallah.
I mean, yeah. Better story now, eh?
Yeah.
Now is the time. Make it Sahal for me, come on.
Okay, I want to increase my intelligence and I also want to raise a family that can contribute to the community. So that's why I'm here with my wife. And I really want to learn how to raise children and also have a positive impact on my partner as well. And inshallah, balance life out with my parents who are born in Pakistan. That's it.
Any Indian in the house? Oh, that's good. Okay. I'm sorry. So, any other nationality other than Afghanistan or India, Pakistan? Yes, sir.
Taking a question, yeah. 1 second.
Kashmiri. Really? Mm-hmm. What part of Kashmir? Srinagar. It's very close to Pakistan, you know. It's like we can see it. Anybody else? Yes. So were your folks from Pakistan or India?
The parents were from Pakistan, but I was born and raised in Dubai. Yeah, my parents were from Pakistan.
You speak Arabic?
Sure.
That means no.
Really.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because that's
La.
yeah. Don't worry, it's all right. I'm not gonna, no, because I can use a few languages for the kids. Yeah. Okay. No Bengali in the house? Oh yeah, you're the Bengali. You're actually from Bengal. You should have started with that, not Italy, man. That would have helped me. Okay. Yes. Anybody else? Yes, sir. You have a hand raised. Yes, sir. You're Egypt. Okay.
I'm from Egypt.
So you do not understand Urdu at all, eh?
I actually, to be honest, I don't know you at all.
It's all right. It's okay. I'll introduce myself. Don't worry.
And my wife is Irish, and she's with me here. And
did you lose your way? Because that's the 2 different countries.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, she made me a surprise today to come and watch you, and because she said you're very influencing person
to
the Muslim community. I'm Muslim and she's Irish, so she's
Irish is not a religion.
Yeah, I know, but I don't
you're Muslim and she's Irish. Come on.
She's Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah, I am Muslim, obviously from Egypt. So yeah, so I'm here to hear what you're gonna say. And
yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna.
Once I saw the slide, I really got taken, which is really good. Like
You got to pull the microphone. I couldn't hear the last.
I like the first slide. Like from the first slide, I'm on it.
Oh yeah, me
Yeah?
too. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Yeah, we're good here. Yeah, what part of Egypt though? Oh, okay. I've lived there. Yeah, that's nice. Anybody else? Okay.
Assalamualaikum, sir.
Yeah. Just say your nationality. I just want to, you know what? Why I'm asking? I'll tell you. I could have started with Urdu. I have this little risk that, you know, not all of you guys are from Pakistan. Okay? Some Bengalis do not understand Urdu. It's just about Pakistan and India. And I just start, you know, speaking Urdu, and most of the guys would think I'm doing the right thing. But this video is going to go all over the world. This program, this Awakening Tour England, is for the world. Like literally. And I have kids in Brazil, like literally, who are actually asking me, when is the video going to come out? So I can't just start speaking Urdu. And a lot of your kids don't do Urdu in the house anymore. Not good. More languages, more intelligence. That's just common sense. You know? You should have started with Arabic. You should have. You should now. Don't waste your time now. Everybody, jump into Arabic. That should be your most fluently spoken language. Urdu should be your mother language. It's okay. That's good. But Urdu and Arabic are exactly directed in the opposite direction. They're placed, their voices are opposite. So if you were a Pashtun, you would learn Arabic way sooner because, you know, that's the same voice. Okay? English and Arabic is also the same voice. But we Pakistanis or Indians, when we start speaking Urdu, we cannot do the prepositions right because we have the exact opposite prepositions. That came from Persia. And our active voice is Arabi's passive voice, and our passive voice is Arabi's active voice. It's called sigha in Arabic. We have the exact same, exact opposite sighas. That's the problem. So what I need you to do is, if you're not into Urdu, it's okay. It should be though. But Arabic should be your children's first, most fluent language, regardless of whether they know Urdu or not. Okay? I'll tell you why during the program. But in any case, 2 or 3 languages, that's like the easiest thing a child can do before 7. If he has or she has enough exposure in the first couple of years after he turns 3, when he starts walking, you know. So just word to the wise. Parenting advice, eh? And I'm telling you this right now, you can raise your kid's IQ by 10, maybe even 12, 13 points if he has 3 languages or more. That's right there, right off the bat. Okay? Yes, sir. You said you have sitting on a question. So we have Egypt, we have Ireland, we have Afghanistan, we have Pakistan, we have India, Bangladesh, and Dubai. I'm sorry. By the way, UAE would be the right. Come on, Dubai is not a country. Eh? Yeah, I'm just about to go to Abu Dhabi and live there for 7 days before I go to Pakistan. So, you know, that's the same country. Eh? Yeah. So, anybody else I'm missing out? Lebanon. Okay. Lebanon. How could I miss out Lebanon? Who else? Morocco. So I'd rather do this in Arabic. Hong Kong. Mandarin or Cantonese? Yeah. Wapuchidoni da Isa. Okay. Only Mandarin. Yes. Anybody else? Oh, I'm coming. I know. I want to take you because let me just scrape up the whole. Yeah. Okay. So, you know what? All in all, English, eh? More is going to be English. I'm sorry. Some parents need me to speak Urdu. I know. It's not going to happen today. Okay? It's a good mix. Good, very good mix. Okay? Yeah. Sir, your question. Yes, sir. You had a question.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Please never stand up for another human being. It's a sin in Islam. Okay. No.
Okay.
Please sit down.
Okay.
We only stand up for Allah Azza wa Jal.
Yeah. I have a question.
By the way, in Pakistan, people who are not in Pakistan, it's more of a cultural thing to stand up for your elders or whoever. That's part of the culture that's against Islam. Okay? The Prophet ﷺ said, he whoever wants people to stand up for him should consider him burning in hell. That is the statement of humility Islam actually, right off the bat. Can't even want your own kids to stand up for you. No, you can't. Okay? Human beings do qiyam for Allah only. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I have a question. My question is like, we all are Muslim, alhamdulillah. We all knows that mazhab. We all knows the 5 pillars of Islam. But the thing is, I think we forget our deen. My question is like, what is the charter that we should implement the socio-political economic system? And I'm really curious, and I'm learning from last 18 months. I am reading Dr. Israr, Maulana Maududi, and I learned about the Western, the capitalism, socialism, communism as well, and now humanism, which will be the next one. So is there any charter that we should implement and we should start from today?
It's called Muhammadism, man.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. We don't have any more isms.
Exactly, yeah. But the thing is, that's what the world is doing to do. And the world
Yeah, I'm gonna do that surgery, don't worry.
So do we have any charter that we should contribute and we should start the
It's
young
called the
generation?
Quran. You do not have this flow chart. We have the Quran.
Yeah.
We have the Sirah. And I'm going to show it to you how it works in psychology. Literally in psychology, okay?
Yeah. But
And
the
then
thing is, it doesn't work in statistically.
you want a 4-point agenda, I'm not going to give you that. I want to tell you how it works in realms of psychology, of how to develop yourself into it.
Okay.
Okay?
Right.
Yeah, no, you'll see. But you and I are going to talk a lot because you're going to have a lot of questions about this. Don't worry. That's why I'm here. Okay? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the question. What's your name?
Sadazeb Khan. Sadazeb Khan.
Khan, it's good. Nobody got it. It's not just me.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it? You got it? But what's your name?
Sadazeb.
Okay, it's the echo, no? It's the echo. Yeah, that's why. I'm sorry. Sadazeb.
Sadazeb Khan.
You're from Pakistan?
Yeah, from Peshawar.
First time, man. My first time I heard this name. Okay, Sadazeb. You and I are going to talk about this, okay? This charter thing.
Okay.
Yeah, inshallah. Because I need questions about this. I need you guys digging into it so that you can take home and, try and do some surgery.
मेरे खून में इनकलाब पाया जाता है इस चीज़ के लिए. मैं इस चीज़ को मैं चाहे माली हो चाहे जानी हो. Being an engineer मैं काम कर रहा हूँ. मैं बहुत पढ़ता हूँ और इस चीज़ को मैं बहुत देख रहा हूँ कि मतलब किस तरह हम इस चीज़ को implement करेंगे.
Haji. Microphone is needed. I'll get back to you. I cannot speak Urdu or Pashto because nobody understands it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, I'm going to do it in English, don't worry.
Okay.
Inshallah.
Thank you.
Sir,
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah, please. Hit me. I'm going to take 5-10 more minutes of questions, don't worry.
You know how you say that like children from England, they will change Pakistan and make it a good country.
Children from Lebanon?
England.
England, yeah. Children from England will change Pakistan.
So,
Inshallah.
but like if they don't have exposure to Pakistan and they don't go to Pakistan and then like they hear all of the people saying कि Pakistan इतना बुरा मुल्क है, Pakistan ये है, Pakistan वो है. So how will they change the world how will they change Pakistan when they keep hearing that Pakistan तो है ही बुरा?
Who's telling you that?
Everyone says that Pakistan ये हो गया, Pakistan ये हो गया.
Your father and mother migrated from Pakistan or they born here?
No, I'm not born here.
No, your folks. Your Ammi Abu.
They're from Pakistan.
So घर पे GOERY लगा होता है?
No.
No. So who's telling you all of this?
I just hear it from like all the Pakistani people in England.
It's okay, don't worry. They're just saying it so that you can fix it, okay? That's how we talk in Pakistan. Yeah. If an Indian says that, you tell me.
Oh, okay.
We're the Indians. That was a joke. Yeah, I'm sure. You all know that. We both hate each other. It's okay. But we love each other. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, go on.
we as Muslims, alhamdulillah, we are just following mazhab. But we are not following actual deen. So
Is
how
that deja vu, eh?
How
Did you not just ask me this? Yes.
So
go on. I'll tell you
so
with a deja
how
vu.
it will be, and we find it really difficult living in the Western world.
Let me guess. You want a charter?
Not really a charter, but a way out of just not following the mazhab, but following the deen kulli.
Inshallah. Yeah.
Inshallah.
Yeah. So what's your question?
So how we can do self-reflection and get to the actual deen, but not just only following the mazhab.
Let me show you, so that you can understand why I'm here. See this word, deen? Yeah. Deen? Yeah, deen. I'm going to talk about this. Don't worry. Okay? From the Quran. This is deen. Okay? The law. We're going to talk about this. Don't worry. We're going to talk about this a lot, actually. Okay? Let me show you a little more. Here, see? Madhab, deen. Madhab, you said, no, we don't want to know about madhab. We know already. Okay, yeah, we want to know about deen. Yeah, okay. We're gonna go to this. Don't worry. Okay? Just trying to make sure you understand that, yeah. I'm not just saying, yes, don't worry. It's coming. It is coming. Okay? But what I want you to do is to actually go through this first. Okay? Because I'm gonna raise the bar, and then we're gonna go deep into your inquiry, your curiosity, the reason why you're here. Yes, sir. You're reading it? You read your name. My name is Muhammad Usman. Come on. Yeah.
My question is, how did the many maslak build? Like how they are created? Like they are different.
No, I didn't get the first word. How does what get created?
Maslak.
Maslak.
Yes.
Yeah, I just.
Are we gunagar if we follow another maslak or took method from them? Like if we go to Harman Sharif, all of them are following same imam. But when they go to their own country, like the imam or Maulvis, they are saying, blah, blah, you cannot follow the another maslak, you will become gunagar. So what are we going to do with that situation? If one is gunagar, then another one is...
No one's gunagar, don't worry. I'm a Shafi'i.
Yeah.
You guys are Hanafiyas. Most of you guys, if you were born in Pakistan.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm as much of a Pakistani as you are, eh? But I'm not a gunagar in your eyes, nor are you in mine. 99% of all masalik have exactly the same instructions for any and every part of our lives. The 1% difference, most of that 1% you don't even get to enjoy in a regular course of life. Those are exceptional cases. Okay? 95% of Jafar Sadiq, 95% of Jafar Sadiq is Abu Hanifa. So you don't even get to see, whoever wants to pick on the differences, you're going to try and pick on that 1%. Because that's juicy talk, nothing else. So I've been in Pakistan for the last, 10, 15 years, and I'm a Shafi'i. I never had a problem. If anything, people used to think, he's one of the Ahl Hadith. I'm not. That's another maslak. There's absolutely no difference. And the kind of difference that I have with the Hanafi fiqh, the maslak, I'm way more strict. So I am on a safer side when I'm in Pakistan. So since most of the people don't know what we're talking about, so let's just skip it because that's not part of the... You're not a gunagar, you're in a different maslak. But all the masalak are 90% same. Do not judge people of being a Shafi'i or a Hanafi or a... And the difference there is intellectual difference. There's not much of a fatwa against, if you don't this, you're a kafir. No, it doesn't work like this. No one has ever said that. I'll give you an example. Abu Hanifa, which most of you guys follow, says himself, Abu Hanifa. Who's the Ahl Tashayyi in the house? You are, okay. You follow which imam? Jafar Sadiq. Yeah, that's the only imam, okay? So the rest of you guys follow Abu Hanifa. But Abu Hanifa says, all of my life's learning does not amount to the 3 years under Jafar Sadiq. You know, real Muslims never thought about these things the way we are trained into. Abu Hanifa says, all of my life's learning does not amount to the 3 years. I literally was a pupil under Jafar Sadiq. So all of Abu Hanifa, what he learned, does not amount to what he learned from Jafar Sadiq. That means Jafar Sadiq and Abu Hanifa are teacher-student. But in Pakistan, they are Shia and Sunni. It's a shame. It's a big shame. So, okay, end of this maslak discussion. Okay, I don't want to, just yes, sir. Question other than maslak. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Why is it that boys always have to ask more questions than girls? Have you ever noticed that? It's not just the shyness. So you gave up. So you gave up. So that's one of the reasons. One of the reasons why boys are progressing, they don't give up. You know what I'm saying? See, when Prophet ﷺ went to Medina, the girls ganged up on him. The Ansari girls ganged up on him because they have a million questions. And the Prophet ﷺ smiled and he said, you know, that's the beauty of the Medina girls because they ask questions. But Pakistan mein gunah hai. Yeah, it's against the culture of Pakistan. This girl's not going to get married if she started asking questions too much. Prophet ﷺ is praising those women. I'm telling you, if you're not going to ask questions, you're not going to progress. It's a push from Islam to start thinking critically. Okay, make sure you utilize not being in Pakistan for Islam. Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Over here, sorry, in the middle.
It's all right. I don't need to see you. Go on. I'll find you.
Sorry. So my question is, I have a little brother who's about 14 and a lot of cousins who are that age. I'm in my mid-20s and I've moved here from Australia, but the West doesn't see the Muslim differences that you talk about. They just say Muslim or not. They don't care about the little differences, and I think that's the way we have to go to get to this vision that you're talking about. And I'm coming here today to see what we can do, and my colleagues, these young, Western-born, embedded into Western society, but also strongly Muslim and practicing, what we can do to actually affect the change all the way up in the next 10 years as we get into those places of power, how we can support.
How old are we talking about?
I'm 28.
You're 28 and you got dependents?
Yes.
How many?
Oh, no, sorry, no dependents, like figuratively, but in the same way that people migrate here and send money back home.
When did you migrate here?
7 months ago.
From Australia?
Yeah.
Good on you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Why?
For the family, to support, because the opportunity here is larger.
So you're born and raised in Australia?
Yeah.
Originally from Pakistan?
Parents are Lebanese, fled the war.
From where?
Lebanon.
Lebanese. So Australia to, okay. So you don't see much of a difference between Australia and England. I'm talking about culturally, yeah.
Just, they actually speak worse English than we do.
Didn't get it. What am I not getting? What did you?
Sorry, I was just saying that I also had problems understanding British English, especially when you go out of the city.
You're the one to talk. Nobody can understand you guys down under. You know that?
Even better, even better.
Yeah, that's like the toughest accent I've ever. I just came from Melbourne, by the way, to England.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's actually, I saw that interview, all that talk at the beginning of it, and then your interview with hijab, and I thought you're actually one of the few intellectuals who understands the Western psychology, because everyone gets stuck in the weeds, but this is big picture, and there's really no one talking big picture. There's no clickbaity. I'm feeling like there's the essence. As you were skipping through the slides, I think I get where you're going, but I'm just curious to get that knowledge so I can actually implement, because a lot of people waiting to do that. We just don't know. We haven't thought about it as long as you have, so I'm sure there's critical thinking you've done for us. And maybe
Inshallah. That's the job, and you got to do it for somebody else. Okay? Because you know what? You cannot replicate critical thinking. That's the thing. You got to do it on your own. You cannot reproduce thought. If you're doing that, that's the exact opposite of critical thinking. You got to produce your own thought. And that's a bigger problem of immigrants. No. Not just Pakistani or Muslim or anybody. Any immigrant acts like a solute, moves into a solvent takes over. And solvent dissolves certain things inside a solute. I'm talking human beings here. And most of your belief system will be melting, entering inside English air, because you cannot practice most of it. And if the reasons are wrong for coming into England, it's called acculturation. Your belief system does not really matter, and your self-esteem is going to crack, and your new self-esteem, which you need, by the way, to survive on the street, at work, with friends, in front of your wives or husbands, you need that self-esteem, and for that new self-esteem, you will have absolutely no religion, because it does not exist in the airs of England, your religion.
So how do we become insoluble?
Yeah, that's the job, I'll tell you. Okay? Let me just tell you the story of, let me just start with the story of an immigrant. This is the story of an immigrant. There's a problem which most religions or most religious people do not have, which Muslims have. Let's start with that. Christians don't have that problem. They're very clear as to what they want, because St. Paul set the stage for them. Now, I can argue, and I do argue with Christians, that Jesus did not, because I know what St. James wrote and what he argued against St. Paul. But, okay, since most of the Christians are Pauline Christians, so it's okay. They're believing what St. Paul believes. No confusion there. Muslims have a certain confusion now. The Jews do not have the confusion at all, because they do not have any of the intermediaries. That means wherever is from the sages means, elderlies, of the scholars of the old times, as old as Maimonides, or way before actually. After that, they never had this little debate between how to look at the application of religion. We, on the other hand, we actually look at the application of religion just about daily. That's why you have these kind of questions. But what is mazhab and what is deen? How to apply? What's the actual job? Am I a good Muslim if I'm just doing my fasting, my prayer, my charity, my zakat, or go for Hajj? This is it? Most of the Muslims are like, yeah, man, that's it. Anything else is a bonus. You know what I'm saying? So there's a problem here. Because if that were it, then I better just go home. It's natural human common sense psychology that I'm going to use and present in front of you, that this is not it. This can't be it. And if it were it, you would have had your self-esteem intact. But you're not gonna. I'm not talking about just the immigrants, any Muslim. But okay, here you go. The immigrant Muslim said, I'm not going to take questions for the next 30 minutes. Just hit me right now. Yeah, because you're waving your hands.
Sorry for waving the hands. But basically, you said that you lived in Toronto, America. You also were born in Pakistan. Basically, you've seen multiple different countries and cultures, but you were raised as a Muslim. So right now, I'm 15 years old, and I'm looking towards like future career options and like my GCSEs and all that.
GCSE?
Yeah, like high school in America.
Yeah.
But basically, what I'm trying to say, like the studying burden, or like the burden of studying, or maybe keeping up with all the other things, and obviously keeping up with the prayers and reading Quran every day. How did you balance that when you were young? Like, what did you do to balance that during your, like, for example, like your teenage years, in your foundational years, in your, for example, educational life, I guess?
Okay, there's a reason why you're not going to find the answer to this question in any of my videos. Okay? Because I am an exception to the rule. I had the weirdest, most abnormal conditions. I mean, do you know of anyone who was raised in Anchorage, Alaska, when he was 2, and as an immigrant, of a son who was exiled by the government? That's not possible. That's not even a culture. That's Eskimos. Okay? And then I had to go to school in Chicago. I mean, there's so much that changed. I mean, I'm not the rule. General rule is you got a normal life. I had an abnormal life. Okay? So from California to Chicago to Toronto, that's a long journey. In between, I got a lot of Pakistan visit as well because of this political thing. My father was a writer. So I'm an exception. I was held on by people who I owe my life to because they were my teachers. They voluntarily grabbed me. Okay? I'm not talking about just, my family mates. I'm talking about people literally who did not know me from Adam. They were voluntarily, trying to help me. I was raised in Irish convent. Okay, I was studying the Bible as a school curriculum, and I was studying the Quran from my religious studies. That's not normal. When I was 12, I had to know both the books because of my school. Okay, those mothers, which are like raising me, they taught the basic element of empathy, installed it by hand, literally inside my vessels. Okay. And my Muslim teachers who opened my brain up, put a lot of books in there, and made sure, they were seeping in properly. And then they saw the behavior, checked it up, and then they set me on. And they're the one who sent me to Pakistan, by the way. Okay? Did, start doing what you are already Muslim is supposed to do. I'm an exception. During all of this time, I had to do that hard jobs of the corporate and make money and all of that stuff because, you got to do what you got to do. An average guy in Canada has 3 jobs every day. Okay? I didn't. I mean, I was getting lucky. I got the Midas touch. So I'm an exception. That's why I never tell my story. And in this video, we're going to cut that. Okay? So that you would understand, if I start generalizing people on whatever I went through, most of you kids are not going to go through that. And I hope not. That's a pretty, rigorous lifestyle. Because of my father had to, whatever he was going through. So what I'm going to tell you is what a natural human child has to and it will go through, and what a mommy or a daddy is supposed to see in a human child. Okay? And what are you supposed to do? Especially those parents who were asking questions. And I'm not just talking about just parents. You're going to do that to your own self. So let me just start now. Let me start with the analogy, which is going to make sense to you, because it is as literal as it is these days. It could not have made sense about 50 years ago. This concept of Islam has been here for 1400 years. Okay, most of you guys know Islam. I'm going to just ask you a simple question. You'll find out we were not taught Islam. We just listened to our parents about the word. We never even asked simple questions. That's why we can't apply it. So let me ask you, who's a Muslim here? Yes, ma'am, you're a Muslim. What is the meaning of Islam? Any one of you guys? No, the girl behind Dubai. What's your name, ma'am, from Dubai? Humaira. And what's your name, ma'am? Behind Humaira? I don't want to call her Dubai. That's she wouldn't like it.
Sanya.
Sanya, what is the meaning of Islam? Now, listen to this. This is a simple litmus test. You guys are adults here. I mean, you guys understand what I'm asking you and still won't be able to answer this. What is the meaning of Islam?
Peace.
See? There you go. First answer, first wrong. By the way, most of you guys know that the real meaning of Islam, right? Yeah. What is the meaning of Islam? Submission. Okay? Islam does not mean peace. Islam means submission. That whatever Allah said, I got to submit. Okay. Now, most of you guys knew about this. I hope so. And question number 2. Muslims. And I want one answer. And I want anyone to say, you know what? This is the same answer everyone's going to be thinking about. The simplest question. Now you'll know why I have to open these slides. Islam is submission, or even peace. Doesn't matter, okay? Okay. No, Islam does not mean peace. Peace is one of the outputs of Islam. Islam means, Kulu aslamtu. Ibrahim alayhi salam said to Allah Azza wa Jalla, Kulu aslamtu. That I am going to submit. I have submitted myself to you. That is Islam. Salama, that's the masdar. Okay? For Islam, the root word. That any and everything is from the master. I am the slave. Whatever he says, I'm going to obey. I submit. Any and everything. You cannot have a 99% or a 98% or 99.9%. You're not a Muslim if you're a 99%. Okay? There was this concept called Nation of Islam. It was run by another guy called Elijah Muhammad in America. They had this percentage split up, this gradient. Like I can drink and I can do adultery or whatever, and that's just 5%. So I'm a 95% Muslim. And that's a good number. That's how they ran their lives. Okay? That's not Islam. Islam is either you submit fully or you don't. Okay, that's common sense. It's not just Islam, by the way. That's Judaism as well. That's Christianity as well. That's Islam as well. If you believe in the book, then you got to obey all of the book. But here you go. That's your question, your basic question. What is the purpose of Islam? Don't answer me the purpose of a Muslim. What is the purpose of Islam? Isn't this the most basic question? Yeah. If I look at this, okay, what is the purpose of this? What is the purpose of this little clicker? Well, I can see it. I can tell by just looking at the machine. You wanted a charter? Here's the charter. You look at an A380 from the Boeing A380. You look at it from the outside and the inside. You can see what's it for. What's the purpose by just looking at the machine. You look at an F-16. You know the purpose of the F-16 jet. You look at Islam from the Quran and the Seerah. That's the only way to look at it. What do you see? What is the purpose of Islam? Now, you know what the problem is? You're over 20, all of you guys, from different countries, all of you guys. And this question never popped up. And that's the contention I have. It's like, what were you, like, how did this not be the first question? Okay? Because if I tell you, any one of you guys, so let's just go to Manchester. The first question you're going to ask is, why do we have to go to Manchester? What's the purpose of going to Manchester? That's why your kids, whatever, ma'am, what your name was, who kids were not really listening to her. Yeah, what's your name? Farhana? Fatima. Fatima, our kids are going to ask this question. It's a common sense question. So you better understand the meaning. Understand it so that we can deliver it. Even if you're not eloquent in delivering this message, just use common sense. Every prophet, 124,000 prophets, from Adam alayhi salam to Noah, to Musa alayhi salam, to Isa alayhi salam, to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, had the same answer. What is the purpose? Think. See, you know what's ironic? That there are about 200 people here, close to or over. Oh, okay, over. And this is the first time we thought about it.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, sir. My name is Zarmeena. And I have a question. I've seen a few of your YouTube.
Really, Zarmeena? Let's just get the first question in it.
Okay. In my opinion, the purpose of Islam is actually the self-realization and to recognize the supreme deity. And for that, you have to purify yourself. You need tazkiyah nafs. And that discipline, the ultimate goal in the worldly context is
purification.
Purification, and not only that, it has a political realm as well, and that is a collective discipline, which has an ultimate goal and objective of imposing and enforcing Allah's system on this planet.
What, Zarmeena?
Yes.
Awesome job.
Thank you very much.
No, seriously. Yeah, that's impressive. A little on the explanatory side, but awesome job. Yes, sir. Anybody? By the way, I'm not going to take your question. I know you. No, keep your microphone. But you had your own question. Yes, sir. What's the purpose of Islam?
Who's it? Close your mouth, yeah?
Yeah, that cannot be the purpose of Islam.
Assalamu alaikum, Sahil bhai.
Assalam.
The purpose of Islam is submitting to La ilaha illallah.
Submitting who? Who's going to submit?
the mankind.
But Allah said, La ikraha fid din, qad tabayyana rushdu min al-ghayy. You cannot make another non-Muslim submit to La ilaha illallah. If they're non-Muslims. You cannot force him into La ilaha illallah. Problem, we have a problem. Houston? Yeah, yes sir. Uh-huh. What is it?
يتمم مكارم الأخلاق. So I think it's ethics.
Totally different angle.
والله أعلم.
Yeah, no, that's a different angle. No, let me, because I'm going to use the hadith as well.
Implementing Allah's
Listen,
rule
okay, let me make it easy for you, okay? Because I don't want to tax you about this, because I want to take an altitude right now, because we're going to take off, okay? What is the purpose of a Muslim? Now you're going to make a lot of questions. Now Zarmina's answer is going to make perfect sense. That's the purpose of a Muslim. Establish the political system. Purify yourself. That's the purpose of a Muslim. Yes. What is the purpose of a Muslim? Let me just, yes, ma'am. No, different people this time. People who have not spoken. Yes, sir, what's your name? Sikandar, yes, sir.
Purpose of Islam?
Muslim first, yeah.
Yeah, I'm Muslim. My name is Sikandar Qureshi. Most of the time I have seen that we take Islam only about worshipping God, worshipping Allah, and just praying to Allah. We are not thinking about other aspects of Islam. There are so many other things in Islam. And
all of them is called worship in Islam.
No,
I know what you meant. You meant praying. Salah.
Basically, we are just seeing Islam as praying to Allah and Salah and not anything else.
No, don't tell me what is not a purpose. What is a purpose of a Muslim?
The purpose of Muslim is giving. There are so many rights in Islam. There are so many laws in Islam to follow. There are so many things to follow in daily life. But we are just seeing Islam most of the time over here. But
Okay, let me make it easy. No, you're overthinking it. The purpose of a Muslim is to establish Islam in the world.
Yeah.
That's a simple one-line purpose. Now, that doesn't mean make everybody Muslim. Okay, in the Quran, Allah says, don't force people into Islam as a religion. Okay? But establish Islam. لِيُظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ. Okay, no, hold on. Let me just make it easy, because I want to jump in. I'm going to take off now, okay? And I like the fact that we're discussing. This is the first time, because this is my last session. I don't want to just deliver a lecture and just, jet out of here. No, I'm going to talk. We're going to talk all the way through this, okay? But I am going to take off, because I want you to talk about some other things. And we're going to connect the dots. Yeah? Yeah. No, you can just, come on.
So purpose of Islam is to raise the standards of humanity?
Yeah, that's close enough, but no. But yeah, that's a good try.
Yeah.
Good try. No? Yeah, because it's too general. I mean, you need to give some tangibles to people. What do you mean by standards? Well, what does that mean?
Yeah, but the standards are in the Quran.
No. We can't be just abstract. We got to be hitting the nail right on the head. Yes, you had a question. So somebody said we have a question, eh?
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
So you sort of said that what's the difference between, having the purpose of the projector, the control in your hand, and what's the purpose of us being Muslim? And I think when we have a control, we don't quite know who the creator is.
No, but we know why it was created.
We know why it was created.
That's the purpose.
So in the same sense that if something was to go wrong with that, we would open up a manual. There
you go. There you go. So what is the what does the manual say? Listen, I'll tell you what. This is a hardware. It's a very simple hardware. Okay? This is a hardware. Hardware, the body, the mind, the heart, the whole eyes, ears, nose, everything. It's the hardware. Islam is the operating system. Okay? Now, we can do whatever on the operating system, but it has to be the operating system. That's the case of Islam, that this is the operating system. Now, you can root it, get it hacked, get it jacked, do whatever, and if you corrupt the operating system, it's not going to behave. It's going to start to corrupt your hardware, right? And hence depression, hence, confusion, hence dissonance, hence different sects, and hence different silos inside, the same software, which is the operating system. So if this is the hardware, Allah says, Inna dina indallahi al-Islam, that it is from me, the maker of the hardware, the user manual I give, because I made the machine. Here you go. This is the user manual. Okay? This is what it means when Allah says, Inna dina indallahi al-Islam, that we made you for Islam, because Allah already had Islam, and then He created Adam, alayhi salam. Allah didn't think about it, na'udhu billah. We do not have a reactive God. We believe in the God all-knowing. So when Adam alayhi salam was being created, Allah already had, Inna dina indallahi Islam. Islam was already there. So Adam is created for Islam. Islam is not created for Adam.
Correct, yes, that makes sense, because it's not just created for humans, it's also created for all other.
There you go. That's case 2.
I can go back to what question you asked, that what is Islam, and when we say that Islam is peace, and the other objective is to surrender to the Creator, which is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And, for us to conduct ourselves in this life is to know that everything comes from Him and it is going to go back to Him. So regardless of anything we go through in our lives, we do not depend on other human being. So the whole depression and everything anyways goes away, because you're living in the present moment. You're not living in the past or in the future. So you don't run through your emotions, So in life,
What are you getting
are
at?
you with me?
No, I get it. I mean, are you
So
right?
that was your first initial question,
Oh,
right?
oh,
Asking
okay. So
about,
hold on.
what it was, and then the purpose.
So what is the purpose?
And when you say establishing Islam,
No, I didn't tell you what the purpose is.
No, you did mention that establishing.
I concurred with Zamina.
Okay.
I'll tell you what is the purpose of Islam. Don't worry, I'm going to build it up so that you can actually take it.
Like for me, the purpose would be to conduct like a Muslim, because there are non-Muslims available, and we're not here to convince them to become Muslims, but to conduct ourselves as per Quran, to represent
Which is going to
ourselves.
influence them that, what?
No, just be ourselves, represent ourselves, our best selves.
As Muslims.
Absolutely. And then they will see in our daily lives.
And then do what?
They will get influence too.
That's
if
what I
they
say.
want to.
Yeah. It's our job to influence human beings. It's not a luxury, it's a duty.
I think in
Okay.
today's world, to be is such a
No.
jihad.
I know, that's
Yeah.
close. But if you're not influencing other people, get out of the planet. You're going to be influencing regardless you want to or not. I'm influencing you because I have a microphone, but you're influencing your friends, your dependents, your sons and daughters. You're influencing your boss, your colleagues all the time by just dressing up, looking at the way you're looking at them, talking with them the way you're talking with them. Regardless of whether you're trying to preach anything, you are already influencing. Which naturally brings me to this slide. How does a human being behave? Now, human being has two distinctly opposing behaviors. If we can splice it up at a certain age, you're going to see that before the 11th year of the human being, okay, 11th and 12th, okay, anybody who's yeah? Well, so really? Come on, let me just, as soon as I start, to take off. Okay, go on, quickly. And then you turn the microphones off, okay? Yes. From the gallery, yeah.
So my question is, when will you start talking about these topics in masajids?
You just stop me as soon as I'm about to start.
So actually, I've been
okay, really? How ironic.
I've been in Birmingham and...
Birmingham.
Yeah, in your...
last session. No, this was not in my last session. This is a new for the love of London, I'm not going to repeat anything which I did in Birmingham or Manchester or Newcastle. Okay? Take that. Newcastle, Birmingham.
Excuse me, sir. मैं सिर्फ एक दो बातें आपको करना चाहती हूँ. अगर आप मुझे allow करें to speak in Urdu, I just wanted to say if you could include the spiritual side of Islam, which has been really, in fashion today. And this is something that we have to answer to our children while parenting them. They ask so many times that what is spiritualism, there are so many babas, there are so many babas out in the market, and there, I mean, I just want your opinion on this, very clear cut. What do you think about spiritualism?
Can you hold on to that question? Because if I miss it, bring me back, because that is a problem.
Okay.
And I want to cover it passively, but...
And secondly, my children watch you very... I mean, I'm not going to get a chance later on. So can you just give us a clear-cut purpose and objective of you coming here, your YouTube channel, your, classes, your lectures? What is the purpose behind it? Thank you.
We'll do this later. No. Because you're sitting on a lot of questions. That's a good thing. Because I'm going to be rampaging through this content in a very swift pace. And you're going to forget these questions. I'm not a YouTuber. That's why I'm here. I've been to every school, college, university in Pakistan, Indonesia, went to Australia. Now I'm in England, just about did every city. YouTubers put everything for YouTube every day. That's their job. I don't make money from YouTube. I'm not a YouTuber. Okay? I am your classic elder who is trying to do the job because I can see that the job was done on me. It was not something I asked for. They did it as a favor. I have to return the favor. Any and every person who is even a day older than you is supposed to tell you what's going to happen tomorrow because he's just seen it a little earlier than you because he's older and wiser. My job and your job as Muslim is so that we can connect to each other and warn our next generation based on the insight we have of our own generation to give the foresight for the next generation in the next 100 years, 50, 30, and in this case 15, of what's about to come, how to pace and place yourself properly, and make sure you perform at your finest in the most efficient way so that the brand of Islam shines through, lightens the hearts and minds of every human being on the planet. That's the bare minimum job of a Muslim. If everyone in the world does not get inspired by Islam through our own practice as a single human being, I did not do my job properly. That's the job of a Muslim man, to inspire 7 billion people. Inspire. So that he can actually start to get his act together. Find God through my words, my actions, my doings. Find God through Allah Azza wa Jal's signs. I'm going to show you. That's why I started with the slide. What's the actual purpose? Our job is to take all human beings to translate all the signs of Allah Azza wa Jal through our performance of academic, political, and spiritual realms. They can see them. They can translate them. Quran is the only operating manual that we can present, and we have to present it. So I'm not a YouTuber. I'm this guy who's a reminder. That's it. I'm your reaction. That's what I call myself. Whenever somebody asks me, who are you? I'm a reaction. What are you? I'm a reaction. To what? To what the planet is going through. I'm trying my best to react as if a Sahabi or the Siras taught me to react. Remind, where's the fracture? As a psychologist, as an academic, this is how to fix or analyze a fracture and then how to fix it. Now, job one, save our kids so that they don't go through the same fractures. First job, quarantine the kids. Job two, save our own selves. Okay? That's common sense. If this hall, there's a short circuit and, it starts to blaze on fire, what are you going to do? First, you're going to get all the wood out. Okay? So that the fire doesn't really expand. Yeah. So you quarantine the fire. You save the people who are not burnt. Then you go attack the fire. That's just common sense. So that's why I'm very focused about parents, because they have kids who have not been infected by our own perspective, fractured perspective. And I'll tell you why it's fractured. That's why I said I'm going to provoke you a little. I'm going to make that mistake that every single teacher of psychology tells me not to. You're going to be, actually you have seen those signs in England saying, do not talk about politics or religion or, the whole list. I'm going to do exactly that. And I'm going to challenge a Muslim belief to Muslims. I'm going to challenge your beliefs as Muslims. And I'm going to show you where the fractures are. If I can't do that, I cannot provoke you, I'm not going to be able to, because I need that resistance. I need to produce that heat so that you can start melting. This is it. That's the job. But that's not your job either. You don't do it the way I'm doing it, okay? Because this is a public session and I know what I'm doing. And I'll show you, okay? How to actually start to understand how your self-esteem will be broken. And it better be broken. Because you guys are immigrants from this generation. This hall, just second generation at best. Otherwise, most of you guys, first generation immigrants. First generation immigrants go through a certain dissonance, cognitive dissonance. And if they're coming from a culture which is not superiorly placed on the globe, they're going to go right under the culture they just migrated into. And England is not that inferior culture. In fact, it's the most, if not the only, dominant culture in the world right now. No, okay. No, you don't believe the English part or the fracture part? Where are you from? Bangladesh? You still have the English penal code in there. You know that? So England is still dominating Bangladesh. So what? Are you guys playing with me like this? Like literally, you guys are just, So you get the point? So you know why? What's the solution? For kids, now I can proudly say that we have all the character building books, personally handwritten by specialist psychologists, educational psychologists, one by one, by age. Now we have those books. Alhamdulillah. And the guides to the teachers, so that we can know how to train a child into the right character attributes. But that's not the topic of the day. I'm just telling you why I'm here. I'm here so that you can understand. I'm not just talking because, I have a YouTube channel. There are more than 3,400 YouTube channels pumping my content, and I don't stop them. You know why I don't stop them? Because that's the job, spread the message. I hope they are making money. The more they're going to make money, the more they're going to spread it. Okay, so that's your job as well. I'm going to get to that, by the way, because there's a big solution framework here, and I'm going to end with that. You better start from that solution framework and implement it. If you're not going to do that, we had a good time. We had some laughs. Some people got to know each other. Somebody, did not have that kind of fun. Somebody did. That's it. Job done. That's most of the sessions in the world. Most of the public speaking sessions, especially in the Muslim world, I'm not talking about the Muslim world as in religious sessions, they have zero effect. And you know who's proving that every day? All of the Muslim kids, boys. That's not in England. Girls, you go to masjid too. We all go to the masjids every Friday. Right on the stroke of Jummah. We make sure we go late. That's the only building where we make sure we go late. Boys, make sure that they find the last row, the last saf. Even if the masjid is empty, they're going to find this, little last place in the last saf. You know why? It's like reverse parking. Because they need to get out quicker. There's a problem here. You better understand. Public speaking in religious realms, and by the way, the church is going through the same problem. The synagogues are going through the same problem. I'm going to show you why. But here, we're trying to solve the Muslim problem. It's called the Muslim problem. Where's my clicker? Let me show you the Muslim problem. That's the Muslim problem, right there, the Muslim problem. Okay? I'm going to just start first with the basic psychology. So, my job is to make sure that you have the roadmap right in front of you. Academically proven, accredited, very well tested, and logically presented. So understand, imagine a child. Imagine your child. Okay? Imagine your child. I should have put a picture of the child here. I didn't do it because if I put one picture, you're not going to imagine your own child. So do it for me. Imagine a child. When human beings are born, before they strike the 11th year, this part of the brain is not there. It's called the prefrontal cortex. Okay? That's where we make all the decisions from. We make all the decisions from the prefrontal cortex. That's 23% of the brain. That's a big percentage. Human beings are developing their brains. 85% of it is developed after birth, in the first 3 years. Human beings are the only premature birth of any mammal on the planet. That's why all the animals take about a year, close to that, okay? And as soon as they come out of the mommy, they start walking. Except human beings. Human beings are the most underdeveloped birth. That was done by design. So that, think about it. No. I'm going to park this question. Think about it, because it's a common sense question. Such a beautiful. See, we are the weakest in all the animals when we take birth. We can't even open our eyes properly, let alone walk or crawl or run or do whatever. Every animal starts running, standing up on its own feet, day 1. Okay? 11 years it takes to make this part of our brain, where Allah Azza wa Jal says, on the day of judgment, you're going to see strings coming down from the heavens and locking your foreheads. Where Allah says, this is what you use to make your decisions. This was the justification of sin. This was the center. Hardware, software, operating system. 1400 years ago, Allah Azza wa Jalla is saying that in the Quran. Imagine, prefrontal cortex. You know when it was discovered that human beings are going through this? When SPECT imaging came out in 1983. Most of you guys were born. But Allah Azza wa Jalla is saying it 1400 years ago. That this is where you used to think from. The lock could have been here, or here, or here, or here. No, here. Right on the forehead, right behind, right? This is where you used to think from. You justified your sins through here, or didn't, or not from here. All the center of rationale. So before 11, something else is going on. Without this, we are a totally different creature. What do? We do 3 things. Here you go. First and foremost, every child is supposed to be, by design, because it's underdeveloped. It is the most selfish creature on the planet. It does not care whether the mother who bore him or her for 9 months, who went through all the problem, she just fell asleep. She was so tired. He or she is going to knock her into waking up because he or she's hungry. He is not going to realize for even a second, a nanosecond, oh, how much love is he getting. As soon as he wants something, he's going to grab, he's going to shout, he's going to cry. That's the design. Understand how to read the human trajectory. Okay, I'm going to be a little quick now, okay? So we are born selfish. We're supposed to stay selfish for the first few months only. But mommies, you know what you guys do? You make sure he remains selfish for the rest of his life. Yeah. You're submitting yourself into your own little toddlers. Understand? You need to bring selfishness out, put selflessness and empathy in. If you're not going to do that in the first few years, you're raising Nawaz Sharifs. or Hitler's or Modi's. Yeah, or Netanyahu's. You know why? For any one selfish whim, they're going to sacrifice millions. And they won't feel what? Remorse. Remorse is the opposite of selfishness. Empathy. You see, remorse is the opposite of empathy. Selfishness. If you're selfish, you're not going to feel remorse. Remorse is only when you have the sense of empathy. So a little child, couple of months, 6 months, a year, maybe I'll give you 9 months more. Okay? Or 3 months more. Okay. 16 months. Selfish? Okay, acceptable. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years selfish? Mommy's to be blamed, not daddies. But we have 10-year-old, 20-year-old, 60-year-old, 20-year-olds, 30, 40, 50, 60-year-old selfish people. They were not trained out of selfishness. There's a training manual for it. And it is done every day, bit by bit. Monitor, assess, insert. Monitor, assess, insert. Through words, through your own gestures. And by the way, 90% of all a human child is doing is because you're doing it already. He's mirroring you. But prefrontal cortex is not developed. He's not listening to a lecture because he cannot understand those lectures. He cannot do rationale. Second, human child is naturally risk evasive. What's risk evasive? He's going to make sure he does not go close to anything that's going to put him in any sort of danger. Physical, emotional, or mental, or psychological, or whatever. You name it. These are your basic human traits, which is selfishness, basic human trait. Risk evasiveness, basic human trait. So he is going to shy away from what? From doing anything. That's your natural human being. So what to do? Who's going to train him into taking the risks? Daddies. That's a problem we're not taking up. And he remains with the mommy, and mommy does not have the kind of life where she takes the kind of risks. So he doesn't even know. That's why we have so many mama's boys in their 50s. That's a problem. And I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about the world right now. Understand how human psychology is demanding the parent to, take these things off. They were for the survival of the child. He's not a child. He's not supposed to be a child. Your job as father and mother is to make sure he does not remain a child for more than 6, 7 years. That's the job. And because if you're not going to have, what is Gaza suffering from? What is Gaza suffering from? Okay. Who is to be blamed for Gaza? UNP. Yeah, Muslims. Why? Muslims do not have what? So you cannot get courage unless mommies and daddies come together and raise courageous Muslims. And that's a problem we're not realizing. It's not just Gaza, by the way. Any community that ever went down the steps of cowardice. Any community that ever went down, it went down the steps of cowardice. And I understand why coward people justify their risk evasiveness. I understand it. But the operating system of Islam is literally against it. That's a problem. So you cannot be a coward or a Muslim at the same time. And that is why Most of the kids will be like, mommy or daddy, if Islam was so right, then we could have at least given a bottle of water to the dying child in Palestine. But you are all good Muslims sitting in your own homes while your own Muslims are dying. Literally, 2, 3, 4-year-olds are in literally shopping bags, parts of their kids they bring home. You know why? Most of the Muslims are risk averse now. And they don't even have to go to Gaza. They just have to force their own governments to mobilize their own armies. They're afraid of not the Israeli bullet, they're afraid of their own governments to confront their own people in their own language without any bullets fired. See, that takes a lot of bravery to shy away from any bullet. Okay? We're not even, no, that's a totally different level. Or but you use the word standard, right? Somebody used the word standard. That's a standard of its own. We're not even close to that standard. We have like insects crawling on these little burrows. So, train courage as an attribute physically. Train courage as an attribute mentally. And train courage, especially women, as an attribute emotionally. There are 3 realms of courage. You miss out in either one of them, is going to be a coward. That's why we have a hard time confronting people who are hurting us. Emotionally coward. We cannot confront people. We have a hard time putting ourselves into any kind of risk for even the right reason. We wouldn't have been alive if our mommies did not take that kind of risk when we were little. When we were 2 or 3, 4 days, 1 month, 2 months. They put their own life, our fathers as well, they put their own life at risk a lot of times. Most of the parents do. That's called parenting. Our first job is to keep the son or daughter alive. Whatever the cost. We take a lot of risks. Most of the men know that. Most of you guys are fathers. You guys are busting your chops every single day under any and every kind of boss, any kind of condition, any kind of weather, because you got a family to feed. And you make sure that these women don't even know what kind of problems you're facing, because that's a part of being a man. That's a lot of risk. So we do take risk. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been alive. But when it comes down to these 3 elements, we do not develop it by design. That's why most of the people, not just Muslims, most of the people missing out on it. And that's why this whole planet is going coward and more coward and timid. Literally timid by the day. Well, anybody else could afford it or not, I do not know. I'm not the case for it, but Muslims cannot afford it. You know why? Nobody can even estimate the lack of even common sense what's going on in Palestine. It's just common sense. What the hell is going on? 57 Muslim states, all of them neighbors of the same country, literally all of them, literally there. And you're not even doing any single bit about it? Yeah, we're not. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's nothing else but lack of courage. Then, what is myopia? What is myopia? Come on, England. English word. Yes, ma'am. That is true. You're on the right. Yes, that's the right answer. I want the technical answer. What is myopia?
Short-sighted.
You can only see close by. Okay? You cannot see farther than a certain distance. So, every human child, when he or she is born, will only localize all of whatever the environment is and translate all of the whole universe into its local myopic definition. That's the anti-wisdom. So what parents do is, parents start stretching the aperture, get more light into the brain so that he can start to think. He can start to translate things better and wiser and more properly. That's what we do is, we call it teaching. We call it talking to our kids. We call it translating certain words at the level of the child. That's what you got to do. Make sure you understand we are supposed to be born selfish for a reason. Otherwise, we would not have survived. At the kind of, sensitivity we are at a little 1 day or 2 day old, if we were empathetic to our mothers, we would have died. If we were empathetic at that age, we would have died of dehydration or hunger or whatever, infection. Thinking that, oh, you know what, my mom is too tired. I'm not going to bother her. And if that little body cannot tolerate that you cannot afford that kind of time or lag. Okay? So it just wakes up and it demands nursing. So we're born selfish, we're born timid, we're born myopic. And what else are we born with? We are born with this herd orientation. Herd orientation means we are blinded by what is right or wrong. We can only see the crowd, and wherever the crowd moves, we run and go inside the crowd. That's what every animal does, including human beings. That's called herd orientation. What do we do as parents? We need to make sure he starts to walk on his own, go places on his own, start to develop his own personality, make his own mistakes. That's our job, but we don't do that. And that's why, even if you're Egypt or Lebanon or Nigeria or Ireland or Pakistan or India or Bangladesh, all of you guys, the only common thing between us is? No. Oh, gosh. Oh, I wish. Money. Big cars. Bigger houses. We have even, you know what? I'm thinking even the names and the brands of the cars are the same. Where? In our prayer mats. When we ask for those cars and those wives and those, places and whatnot. Top 3 prayers of every human being here, from any nationality, caste, creed, or religion. Top 3 prayers, same. Where did they come from? They came from right from here. Because they were there in our last generation, which took it from their last generation. No one is stopping the curse. You know why it's a curse? Because we know the perils of being oriented towards, this glitter and glimmer of the world. We know what happens. What happens? We become more selfish. And then we go myopic, thinking about our own self only, and then we make sure that we can pay for any price, sacrifice anybody else so that I can get that house or car or wife or job or money. That's where it's coming from. So the Muslim problem actually starts when he's born. And we train him into the most defected model so that he can never ever solve anybody's problem. In fact, if anything, we are training him into a problem. That's why most of us are problems for each other. We spend 1 day with each other, you're going to find out how problematic I am for you, even your existence. You had these kind of problems. Most of them, you guys are immigrants. You guys came to this country because you had other problems other than Muslims. Especially from Pakistan. You came because of Pakistan here, not because of England. Understand the difference. You were so sick of Pakistan that you had to come any port in a storm. England had a port. Coming to England for England could have meant 3 different things. Their intellectual superiority over Cambridge and Oxford and education and whatnot could have been. Most of you guys didn't. The foreign exchange rate of the British pound, yeah, that's, close to money, okay? And then their political superiority, where they're calling the shots and the foreign policy of most of the people in the planet, okay? I don't think so. I don't think that was the reason. That helped, but money became number one. Okay, so most of the people who were to come from anywhere else other than, the third world country, they might or might not have a different choice. Most of you guys, came to England not just because of England. You came because of Pakistan. That's the kind of problems your guys are having in Pakistan. So what happens here to a child? He has the same kind of fears because you talk about it in front of your children. 8-year-olds, 7-year-olds know what kind of financial problems we are having. Mommy and daddy are talking about it. That was not his problem. You made it his problem. That's why she's going to look for that rich man. Because that problem was brewed into her when she was 7, 6, 5. How the father was lurking for that big house or car in front of his kids, talking about it, celebrating is such a big achievement when he got it. Those little kids are thinking, okay, that's the meaning of life? That's how you define success? Yes, that's how we define it. Now, that's exactly how he's going to define it. That's your basic psychological gyroscope broken right there in front of us. Now, there's a fix. There is a fix. But as I told you before, first, let's fix the children before we fix the adults. So this is how we fix the children. How do we fix the children? Big problem here. Rest of them are very easy. Well, not easy, but you can do it without any risk. Without any risk. Because everybody loves empathy, and everybody loves an empathetic boy or a girl. So we're going to really love to train him into it. Okay? You better understand that. Actually, you know what? Even if you don't love empathy, you hate that selfish child of your friends or neighbors. So you can understand how repulsive it is when a child is being, or any human being is being selfish. So you're going to have an easy time training people into selflessness or empathy. And you're going to really have this ball, being the hero, being the professor and the wise guy in front of the child. Talking about, oh, let me tell you how it works, buddy. Come here. That's what you're going to do. You're going to talk about literally global politics in front of 6-year-olds. Because they're going to ask you simple questions. And you're going to give them big answers. Okay, I get it. Big mistake, but it's all right. I'll live with it. Here, you're going to have to train him into it. Because if you're not a critical thinker, sorry. You cannot make a critical thinker. You need to train him into critical thinking. How? By making that boy challenge everything you're saying. And that's a hard thing to do. Especially Pakistani culture. He's going to ask questions. Mommy's going to get tired of the question. You're going to start slapping him around. Yeah, and it's okay. We don't really care about our mommy slapping us because you know what? You overdo it, kill the effect. You and us, when we slap, some teeth come out, man. So what he does is, he's risk evasive. He stops asking those questions. Nobody likes to get beaten up. So you need to be really careful when you're training a child out of his herd psychology into critical thinking. Here is the problem. The problem is a coward cannot raise any element of bravery. Timids cannot raise the brave, as they say in Scotland. A timid man will never be able to raise a courageous man. Why? Common sense. Because he will be afraid of throwing his own son in the pool. He's that afraid. He'll be afraid of sending his own son or daughter into something which has any kind of risk. He's the guy who's timid. He's making another timid copy out of his own child. So what to do? Well, you got to do what you got to do. You got to jump. If you have enough empathy, no, hold on. I'm to close up, suture up here. It's a surgery going on. If you have enough empathy with anybody, let alone the Palestinians, you got to make sure that a solution provider is being raised inside your own house. Enough blaming people in the governments. start blaming the real people, which is mums and fathers, dads. Me and you. We are raising the bigger problems. Because when most of the people are not doing anything about Gaza, our kids, you know what they think? They think this is the right thing to do. They justify it based on our lack of stance. And we are very well aware that if it's my daughter or my son, like literally, I'd be demanding courage from you. Common sense. But since it's your daughter and your son, I'm justifying my lack of courage. You need to understand the problem. It's a very simple common sense problem. How to solve it? Through just pure empathy. Put yourself in their shoes and you'll find out what you need. You need courage from people who are going to come and save you. You need people to understand the real problem. You need to make sure everybody comes in, or most of the people, and they're going to have to break the herd. This is the Muslim problem. So I chose some words carefully and I repeated them. You don't know them, don't worry, but they're inside your mind right now. I'm trying to drill some certain psychology inside you. Somebody used the word manipulation. I'm not trying to do that. It's called exploitation. I'm using your current brain cells, because you guys are mostly, but you understand English, and I'm repeating some certain words. You'll find out in a few minutes of why I'm doing this, because I need you to understand how competence is developed and how, where's the curve, mastery. How do we actually, master a certain skill or attribute or develop the sense or the right attitude. This is the curve. I'm going to show you the curve. Don't worry. Here's the curve. Here's the curve. Okay. This is the curve. I just explained to you the Muslim problem. Now, when I said, what is the purpose of Islam? Remember? This is the purpose. First, let's read this. And then you're going to find out why it's the most important slide you might ever see, because it's about your children. It's about 7 billion people's worth of lives. Who's going to save them? My son, my daughter, your daughter. If you're not raising a guy who's a savior, you are raising a problem. You're raising a burden who needs to be saved. There are only two kinds of people in the world. People who need to be saved and people who are going to save them. That's it. That's the simple rule of thumb. And nobody, I'm assuming, wants to raise a child who needs to be saved every single day. Every time he's going to get into a problem. So where is the problem? How do you climb this curve? Okay. What is it? This is any kind of competence. Any competence. Think about it. Let's just say political competence, or sciences, or humanities, or academics of any sorts, or any kind of knowledge set that you're about to learn or get yourself into. Well, you got to walk the line from zero to a master. That's it. How? Of course, I'm oversimplifying it so that you can all get it. As long as you're actively pursuing because of your purpose, you're going to remain active, and you're going to keep climbing up. You're going to gain confidence, and something's going to happen. If something happens, I'm going to tell you what. You're going to lose excitement. You're going to go into a certain comfort, and now you know what herd is. You're going to find solace in the herd. What is solace in the herd means? Well, everybody's failing. It's okay to fail. It's the toughest thing to take up. That's why I couldn't make it. The success ratio is like, what, 15%? Daddy, it was a tough exam to beat anyway. Well, solace in the herd. But that's the smaller problem. Well, that's actually a symptom of a problem. This is the cause. This is the cause of the problem. Understand? I hope you guys are with me right now, because this is going to get a little technical. Not too much. Scaring you. Imagine your own children. Here you go. Muslims have two different, this is where your question is, sir. The difference between deen and mazhab. Understand how I'm going to explain it to you, okay? This is the first time I'm going to explain it to in this angle, okay? So your camera better capture this. As soon as anyone who believes in any purpose, and actually believes it, how does he believe it? His prefrontal cortex and his heart at the right place, at the same place, sorry. If they're in the same place, it's called iman. Okay? But this is buzzing with confusion, and this is just about mommy's lectures and daddy's, fear. This is not iman. Okay? You need to structure a belief into your child. How? Explain who God is. Allah Azza wa Jal's 99 attributes. Explain to them by 99 attributes can be practically shown. That's why Allah Azza wa Jal told us those attributes. You need to understand, if you're not showing Allah's attributes through his course of life, he's not going to understand Allah. Ask any Christian in the world, any Christian. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the word God? You know what he's going to say? Mercy, love. And any Muslim, well, most of them, because now you're going to, change your answers. Most of the Muslims, when we say God, Allah, you know what the Muslim says? Justice. Are you kidding me with this? Who taught us this? Where did we go wrong? I'll tell you where, or I'll tell you when, but where? Where did we start believing in a God who's not prevalently loving? The first thing that you, a Muslim child, better say, when you say Allah, you would say love. Allah, mercy. That should have been way down in the list, this justice, this attribute of justice. Run to the streets of England. Take a sample. I'm not talking about those nuns. No. Don't go to the church. Take any Christian. Ask them. First thing that comes to your mind. God, love. Jesus, love. See? We're placing our children wrong in the prism day one. This and this has to be in the right place. That's iman. Okay? Now, imagine I have to take over the foreign policy, influence the foreign policy of England, because I am all about Gaza, right? I'm an English-born boy who was raised into the system. I know my ways ins and outs, and I'm going to influence the foreign policy of England. That's the job, and I'll tell you why it's the job. And I'm making sure I'm purposely choosing this case study of politics, and I need to influence the English foreign policy so that I can hit the right nodes in the global avenues of where I can save Gaza or do something substantial about it, except just protesting on the streets of London. That's not going to cut it. Okay. You got to look at the prism right. You got to play the right games. We're all dealt the same cards. Muslims are choosing their or playing their cards wrong. So I need to be politically very savvy. I need to be academically scoring really high in choosing the right schools. Where's that going to come from? It's going to come from my mommy and daddy who are already raising me with a purpose. They know that a child is going to go and needs to go into power, needs to be strong and competent. That's the demand of every mommy and every daddy anyway, regardless of religion, caste, or creed, or geography, or whatever is your, demographic type. It's a common sense parameter. We need our kids competent and in power, performing really well. So, till he hits that mastery, he needs to be gaining competence, and he's not gonna, because he needs a very clear purpose of why he's gaining that mastery. If it's not a big enough purpose, he's going to fall from this curve any given second by any given excuse. And there are going to be a million of them. There are going to be a million. There are a million excuses of, no, why not? I can get that money sooner. I wanted to do this for a job, and I can get another job which pays more. Well, all the wrong purposes. That's why most of the people don't climb this curve. Because money's not going to get you competent. Sorry. You can get money other than being just competent. Well, most people who are competent are going to get money, but most people who have money are not competent. It's not a rule. So you can get, you can swindle yourself into getting more money. And there's a lot of compromise. So forget about that. Here, we're only talking about the purpose. If the purpose is Islam, you're going to actually, you need to be competent because Islam demands competence. Here you go. If you have a purpose, that's your fuel. If you have a sense of community, that's going to keep you there, no matter what your skill is. You need to have that sense of community. A solo man in this planet is not a Muslim. A Muslim, the word Muslim, means member of a community. I am one of 2 billion, one part of 2 billion, 1 by 2 billion people who is trying to do whatever Allah Azza wa Jalla told me to. That's the definition of a Muslim. I am nobody without the community, without people, without me thinking about other people. If I'm just thinking about myself, I'm selfish to begin with. That's against Islam. So the Prophet ﷺ said, any and every moment is a brick inside a wall, which strengthens the wall by being in the right place in the wall. You cannot be just any brick laying, on the floor. You got to be inside the wall, and you have to know what part of the wall. That's called competence, awareness, sense of community. I better know how many kids you have, what are their education, what do they need from me. That means I know what my placement is, and I can get resources to your kids, any kind of knowledge, skill, or whatever they need. But if I don't even know what is my part in the wall, I'm not going to be able to help you guys. That's called the sense of community. So the more I have that sense of community, the more I'm going to climb up if my purpose is Islam. If my purpose is Islam. And then, where am I going to falter? Where am I going to fall? Every human being is going to fall here, okay? But a Muslim is going to fall on his face because we do things which no other religion has done. We've changed the definition of Islam. Christians did not change the definition of Christianity, at least not after St. Paul, okay? Jews are very clear on their own doctrine, at least the rabbinic Jews. Muslims are 2 different types. I'm talking about the purpose. That's why I asked you. That's why I was so sure that if I ask a Muslim, 300-400 people here, what is the purpose of Islam? I'm sorry, what are you doing, man? Oh, no, it's all right. No, thank you so much, man. Thank you. All right, let me just do it for you. Thanks. What is the purpose of Islam? Well, no Muslim is going to be able to say this is one purpose. Everyone in the Muslim community knows. Well, because, first of all, we're not trained into this. Secondly, there are 2 different purposes. And that's the problem. I'm going to open that. I'm going to do some surgery. I'm going to go a little deeper, not too much. This is not a psychology class, but I'm going to show you why your children are behaving or asking the way they're asking, and what are they thinking. Right now, right here, while I'm speaking right here, what are your kids thinking at home? I'm going to show it to you. So first and foremost, understand where is the fracture in our belief. We believe in 2 different Islams. And I'll tell you where the belief is coming from. Okay, I'm going to show it to you on the globe. I'm going to show you a lot of data today. I'm going to be very quick though. I'm just building it up so that once everyone is on the same page, I'm going to go through this like, a research professor. Don't worry. Yes, sir. No, you have a question? Oh, hold on. So I'm just about finishing this slide.
Strategically comes on to your next point. So you've talked about the fuel, and your next point is on the channel.
No, I don't understand. What are you saying?
So I'm saying, being a first-generation immigrant, my parents are from Pakistan. So for us to reach those positions of, higher sort of, social influence and power, what's the right channel for us as Muslims to get there? Because I've heard some of your points in the past where you said democracy is not the best way. Do we have to play the game that's played here for us to reach those positions of power so we can, influence foreign policy?
Anyone knows example? I'm just giving you examples. Henry Kissinger, you know the name? Was he a senator? Was he a president? Was he ever? Oh, really? Noam Chomsky. Was he a senator? No. So when I say politics and influence and power, I mean influencing governments, even if you're not in that government. your Cambridge public policy and political sciences professors are literally writing the foreign policies of Scandinavia right now. They're not in democracy, but they're in politics way more. Rishi Sunak is the face of so many people who never even saw the ballot paper. Okay? These people are not as powerful as the people who put them there. Or keep them there. You need to raise people who have right purpose and acumen. And it takes a lot of credibility and a lot of performance to stay there. It took 4 people only. 4 human beings flew from 4 different countries, 3 countries actually, made just a 30-minute meeting, and $100 billion were approved for Israel. In 4 days. Right people, and all of them, you do not know them. They're not in any kind of visible democratic power. They're the writers of the public policy. That's how power is done. By the way, that's how Islam is done. You need to understand that. Now, here you go, fractures in the belief. Now, if I don't even believe that I am supposed to be a global 7 billion people influencers of the Quran and connecting them to Allah Azza wa Jal through the Quran, I am not going to achieve a target which is, achieve a level of mastery which is the best in the world. So, what's your name, sir? Ahmad. Ahmad, if you're preparing for the English swimming team, and I'm preparing for the Olympic swimming team, who needs more muscle? Olympic, yeah. Who needs more time to practice? The Olympic. Who needs more things to eat? Who needs more professional help in coaching? And, I do. So if I have a bigger purpose, it is a larger scope, I need to have a way higher curve of development. So this is global only. People who are playing locally can achieve it locally. That's why most Pakistanis are not coming out of their lower confidence and competence because they don't come out of Nawaz Sharif Imran Khan. They don't even know. I'm telling you, take a test. Other than the Lebanese or the Egyptian brother, take a test. Give them a map. Tell them, where is Palestine? 50% result right off the bat, failure. You want to take this test right now? I'm going to test you. I'm going to take a sample. Turn the cameras off because I don't want anyone in the video. Who loves Palestine? See, this is the Muslim acumen right now. Who loves Palestine? Yeah. You want to do something for Gaza? You know what's going on in Israel and Gaza? Yeah, okay. Any random, yes ma'am, behind you. Yes, what's your name? Wasima, from Pakistan? What part? Now look at this. Now most of you guys don't know the answer as well, but you're going to pretend that you do. Wasima, you know what Palestine is? It's a country? Yeah, what's the capital? Yeah, there you go. See? You never even heard the question. You never thought about this. And I get Pakistani scholars jumping on me. I will teach you what the Palestinian solution is. You don't even know what Palestine is. If I were up you, Ramallah would have been still the capital. I'm actually the one who's rooting for Jerusalem. And those people haven't heard the word Ramallah. Ever. You know what in Pakistan they think? Ram, Allah. Because both of these words, Lebanese and Egyptian would know. They mean something in Pakistan or India. Ram, Allah. That's a problem. You know what the problem is? Right here. Zero competence. Global, you don't not just need to know what the capital of Palestine is. You need to know why Donald Trump was chosen to put Jerusalem as a capital of Israel. That's called global. Knowing the capital of Palestine doesn't really matter. Knowing why Jerusalem should have been the capital and it couldn't, and Donald Trump was chosen, matters. That's the difference between two different competent people. That's what I meant when I said, aperture building. You need to build the aperture of the child or the human Muslim man or woman. Think globally first. Understand the academic requirements. This is the problem. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. पहली दफा क्यों सुना ये दारुल खुलाफा क्या है? Why did we not know about that? You know what? We didn't even think about it. We never even knew what are the basics. I'm not talking about high standards. I'm talking about basics. Here you go. So, if there is an alternative belief, that's even more deadly than an opposing belief. That's basic psychology. Because an opposing belief, you generate resistance, become egoistic, have a little bit of a cult versus cult, group bias, confirmation bias, so on and so forth. But if there's an alternative belief, alternative explanation of Islam, that kills every single juice of energy. That's way more deadly. Because you cannot have your ego around this. They're also making some sense. It's like, I was in a convent where Jehovah's Witnesses used to come in and preach. And convents are not Jehovah's Witnesses. Anybody knows? Are you familiar with the English? Yeah, okay. So, my nuns, her name was Sister Martha, she said, you know what? Nothing hurts us more than these Jehovah's Witnesses. And I said, are you kidding me? You're talking about Muslim right now. And she said, no. My Christianity, is all about how do I actually inspire you. But this boy comes in and he's got new answers to the same questions that I'm trying to train you on. Because that's an alternative definition of the same book. That's not opposing. That's just alternative. That's parallel. That's a parallel point of view. That's why, I don't know now about any other country, but Egypt and Pakistan are twins. You know what? Yeah, we have the three different ways of looking at what to do with Islam. All three in Pakistan and in Egypt, literally different people. Same three different categories. You have Sayyid Qutb, we have Maududi. Okay, you have your army, we have our own army. You have your own crimes from the army, we have our own crimes. Same crimes. You have your own alternative definition of tazkiyah nafs, we have our own. Okay, literally. So it's such a weird thing that, in telecom, I was working in telecom, okay? Telecom. And when we had to build a case study for demographic analysis, in Pakistan, we used to give us Egypt to compare. It is that similar. I don't know what's going on with Egypt, Pakistan. However, so if you have alternative beliefs, in Pakistan, we have the tasawwuf and Sufiya. They don't believe in anything what I'm saying right now. That's alternative. That's the word you use, tazkiyah and spirituality. Well, they don't believe what I'm saying right now. They're like, what are you talking about 7 billion people for? And then there's the next guy. The next guy, he will have a turban and will have all the, the beard and all of this stuff. And he'll be like, whoa, it's all about the ummah, man. What are you talking about 7 billion? That Sufi is wrong, but Muslim ummah is only your responsibility. That's all you're supposed to care about. That's called alternative belief. I am telling you 7 billion and counting. Of course, there are more now. If you're missing out on even one, you're not a Muslim. What was the fault of that boy or girl? Why did not he come into your, aperture? Allah in the Quran says, وَمَا لَكُمْ لَا تُقَاتِلُونَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ وَالْمُسْتَضْعَفِينَ مِنَ الرِّجَالِ وَالنِّسَاءِ. Not مِنَ الْمُسْلِمِينَ وَالْمُسْلِمَاتِ. That anyone who's being oppressed, why did you not go and kill the oppressor? Why did you not help the oppressed? Wherever he was, when they were shouting, oh God, save us. Rabbana akhrijna. Take us out of this. Well, when the apartheid was going on, who went to help them? The Jews. What did they follow? The Torah. Because that's the same Allah Azza wa Jal writing the same commandment. So Nelson Mandela, Ummat Muhammadi? Yeah, yes, he is. It was our job to go and help the South Africans against the apartheid. It was our Muslim job. And Muslims never even thought about it. We're crying about Gaza all the time, right? Yeah, okay. Why do you expect Brazilians to come and help? Or Chile? Or you know, Icelanders? We didn't care about South Africa. Why would anybody else care about us? Or humanitarianism. Who used that word? That's where humanitarianism is seeping into our kids. Because that's a natural common sense demand. And we are Muslims, we don't even tell them that. Yeah, you know what? We covered it already, man. That's our base. They think it's alternative to Islam. Humanitarianism is a subset of Islam. Any and every human being, anywhere in the world, ever to be born, needs help, Muslim job, help him. Save him. It is his right, it is your duty. That's an alternative belief. So Muslim Ummah, so if you keep only isolating Muslims out of the planet, your kids better go into humanitarianism. Because it makes way more sense to help anyone. And in Islam, we are supposed to help ants on the road. Animals on the road, that's our job. And we're not even supposed to help non-Muslims? That's a problem. And English kids are going to tell you the solution to that problem. You know what that is? Take the initiative, courage. So we're not going to be able to develop courage if we have a different purpose, alternative belief. No courage is going to come in. So if you have a different purpose, different meaning of Islam, Islam is not a deen of in Arabic, it's a deen. If Islam is not a system of law and application, the tangibles, and it is just a 5-pillar mazhab, then you're not going to up the curve. Sorry, you're not climbing up anywhere. Namaz is not going to get you there. Fasting is not going to get you there. Okay? Hajj is not going to get you there. You do not need, which means you do not need any competence in the planet to pray. You do not need any power to fast. You do not need any kind of superiority, influence, or politics to go for Hajj. What, really? Like how?
So, praying, the essence of praying, creating that connectivity with your Lord. There's levels of it, right? The simple act of praying, I agree, that the simple act of praying anyone can do. But actually to get that real true connectivity with your Lord in your prayer, and the depth of your prayer takes competency.
Takes what?
Competency. That takes competency to build, and it takes competency to define and grasp.
Competence in praying?
Competency in praying.
In praying.
That discipline applies to multiple things, though. So we can't look at
So
things
competence in praying.
But you build that competency in praying, correct?
Of knowing how to pray.
To build the connection.
Yeah, you're right. It requires competence.
Yeah.
For what? In Islam, for a 7-year-old. A 7-year-old. Better be competent enough to pray like a Sahabi. Okay? How old was Zaid radiallahu anhu? Anyone knows? When he was given the first imamah of the prayer of the area that he was in? He was 20. No, he was 7. He was 7. He couldn't even fit. The women used to complain that, he's too young to even fit in these clothes. So, he gets a little naked when he's, going prostrating. People used to, girls used to make fun of him because he was a little child. A 7-year-old Muslim, we all know that we're Muslims, he's supposed to be developing competence how to pray correctly. No mistakes, no errors there. But a 70-year-old man thinking that he knows the peak of Islam because he knows how to pray, that's 63 years of wastage. 63 years down the drain. This is a totally different level of competence. I'll show you what that is. This is what the role the masjid was playing. وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَسْتَطَعْتُمْ مِنْ قُوَّةٍ. What does that mean? Lebanon. What does that mean? Really? Egypt. Come on. There you go. Yeah. وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَسْتَطَعْتُمْ مِنْ قُوَّةٍ. Quwa, same in Urdu. Come on. That we use the same word. We use the same. Actually, we use this word in Urdu. Istatat. Meri istatat badhao. Apni istatat badhao. Urdu mein, you know, it's the same word. Okay. We have different meaning of this word in Urdu and this different in English, Arabic. So, what is Allah saying? It's a basic tenet of Islam that you better be the most powerful in terms, in this word, in this context, most competent, the strongest. You better be the strongest in the world. Muster up against them. Wa'iddu lahum, for them, against mastata'tum min quwwa. That's why the masjid was designed in Islam. And I'm telling you, I'm going to give you some tasks in London, okay? You better understand that. To be a political modulator. Any and every political acumen was being developed, and all decisions were taken by the masjid, inside the masjid, from the people who were always in the masjid. That's the role of the masjid. At the time, 1400 years ago. That's the training of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Then, a community model. Any and everybody has to be in the masjid whenever any and every kind of decision is going to take place. People used to find other people in the masjid. People used to sit with other people in the masjid. That's the job. That's where you better be. That's your regular place to be. I'll tell you how to convert it there. Don't worry, in London. In Pakistan, you cannot do that, by the way. That's the only country, by the way, you cannot use a masjid for more than 5 minutes. You cannot be in a masjid in Pakistan. Right after you say, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, masjid is closed. Get out of here. That's the problem. In London, I've noticed in Pakistani communities, we have the same problem. I went to Bradford, and I was like, you know what? You shouldn't need a visa to go to Bradford if you're a Pakistani from Pakistan. There are way more Pakistan than Pakistan. You know, there's a Brelvi Masjid in Bradford and an Al Hadith Masjid and Deobandi Masjid. You gotta be kidding me. In London? Oh yeah, that's Pakistan too. Yeah. So, education model and all the acumen, all the IQ, all the knowledge of Quran and the Sunnah was taught by the masjid, through the masjid, inside the masjid. And here, I'll tell you how to convert that into masjid. Don't worry. With the current academia as well. Here. And let's talk about the economic model later in a bit, because I'm going to show you how. But in London, I've not seen Birmingham, the biggest masjid I've ever seen in the world. Like after the Haram, you know. It's like on acres. And you know what? 22 million pounds worth of the property. That's awesome. Let me break some stats to you. 1,400 masjids in Birmingham alone. Yeah. That's what I said. Like, huh? That's not true. No, they're like, yeah, more than that, brother. 1,400. You heard me right. 1,400 masjids. Not a single city in Pakistan can say this. Well, not a province can say this. Well, province can. I'm just, 1,400. But what do they use it for? Here, this is what they use it for. Salah only, get out. Eid prayer only, get out. Aftar, yes. See you tomorrow in Sari. Get out. Last 10 days, shh. Ittikaf going on. Don't talk to each other. That was why we did Ittikaf. We wanted to talk to each other. That's why we did Ittikaf. See, what is it called? It's called alternative belief system. That's why the London Masjid is only for, oh, do you do announcements there? Do you have loudspeakers here? No. What kind of announcements are you doing? Yeah. You know what I'm saying. So, this masjid cannot perform. But these masjids are going to perform through your kids, inshallah. How? You got to change the way the masjid is looked at. Here you go. First and foremost, any questions from this? Because you're not going to get most of what I'm about to say if you didn't get this. This is rather simple now if you look at it. Here you go. First and foremost, this is the leadership shaft of every prophet alayhi salam. The leadership shaft is the shaft he's holding, the asa he's holding on to. The asa is based with the character of the man. Do you have a question? Oh, okay. You have quite the stare. Seriously. So, the character of the man. What is the character of the man? Courage. Organically, you will never respect a man who is not going to be able to protect you off the bat. You will never respect it. You will not respect him, yes or no? Yeah, you're not. Don't say no. You're not going to respect him. Are you going to respect him? No. Okay. So why do you not let your kids go and save other kids in the neighborhood? See the paradox? You will never respect a man who's not going to come and protect you and call you himself a husband or a father, right? But you are training every son of yours to make sure they don't protect any strange woman or a man. If anything, you're going to beat him up, beat the hell out of him if he takes that initiative in the neighborhood. You see the problem? You respect an archetype in which you are modeling yourself against. You demand an archetype. You're going to divorce us if we don't protect you. Literally, you're going to never ever respect us if we fail even one time of not protecting you. But you'll make sure that your son does not become a protector. That's the problem. And then, courage is not enough. Because courage, you can get false confidence from. One victory, two, once a year, twice in 3 years. No, that's not how it's going to work. You need to make sure the boy or a girl is consistent in taking that initiative. If he's honest, he's consistently honest. He's courageous, he's consistently courageous. These are 4 basic pillars. And then perseverance. You give him tougher projects and see if he performs on those standards. Don't make it too easy for him or her. And then grit. Make sure he performs when no one else is performing. You know what grit is, right? Grit is your natural energy to get up when you're down. This is daddy's, mommy's job. Okay? This is your leadership style. Then technical expertise. That's why I talked about Palestine. If you do not know your globe, you do not know your problems, you do not know, because you're thinking, I was in LSE yesterday or the day before, and they said, the biggest problem is the nation states. Muslims are split into nation states. Do you believe? Do you agree? Okay. This is where this is coming from. The herd orientation. We are not in 57 states. Look at the globe differently. We are in 2 or maybe 3 global power zones. Okay? If you see the globe differently and rightly, you're going to define competence rightly. Competence. You do not need to be the Prime Minister of Pakistan to be in power. We all know that's the 51st state of America. In the power zone, yeah. Who are we kidding? I'm a Pakistani, I'm a Muslim, I'm going to tell the truth. Actually, we are way more of an American state than Washington, D.C. itself. Hell, even some people in Washington, D.C. are giving our example, and this is how America behaves. This is how America should behave. Know where the power zones are. There are 3 right now. And Pakistan had the opportunity to be in the right power zone. He didn't. It's okay. Our kids, us, we better know how to climb up the ladder. So there are 3 different countries in the world. You got to be powerful in either one of these 3. They're not 3 by the countries, right? Power zones are 3. So understand how to be inside those zones, influencing. And by the way, that's why we sent you to England. We sent you all Pakistani, इसलिए भेजा था, उर्दू में बता रहा हूँ. Come on. आप लोगों को किसी मकसद से भेजा था. बेशर्मो. काम भूल गए हो. गद्दार. We sent you with a purpose. And we knew you're not going to make it. You're going to be ending up in Ubers and welfare. I know that. We knew that. We wanted your kids to come into Cambridge and Oxford and, Edinburgh and Glasgow University. Learning the right things. Knowing that Muslims need political acumen. Because they have the right platform. It's not a fluke that, these institutes are performing. It is not nepotism. There's a merit and a standard. You got to work yourself into it. I know there are different schools for different classes. England actually invented the class system. Somebody's going to burn in hell for that. But the institute itself does not compromise on those standards, no matter what college or school you go to. So, that's why I wanted you to drive the cab or do that 3rd job or 2nd job. Because I wanted your son or daughter in the right place. But you know what you did? You did this. Come on. You did this. You started speaking about money and cars and marriages. Any public gathering, आज भी यही होगा. People are going to go out, रिश्ते 2-3 सेट हुए भी होंगे आप लोगों के. Any Muslim desi community, women come together, 1-2 रिश्ते हो चुके होते. Are you kidding me with this? We're burning here as human beings, as a nation. But पर्पस जिसका सेट होता है वो पहचान लेता है. भूखे को रोटी नजर आ ही जाती. You need to understand. So, where were we? Any questions till now? Because, I'm going to open the 2nd chapter, and it's going to be more fun. And I'm going to assume that you got this. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I can hear you. Go on. Oh, you have a microphone right here.
So I just want to make sure one thing first, that you said we need to fix our children first and then ourselves.
Make sure they're safe from us first.
Yeah.
Our disease first, and then treat ourselves separately.
Yeah, but I think it's the more logical thing is if we, as parents, we change ourselves first, and then the kids are going to follow. For some aspects.
How long do you think that's going to take?
So, I don't know. It might take
3 years, 2 years, 3 years.
Maybe.
Till then, that's going to be too late for the child, right?
No, it's not going to be too late, because when we are changing ourselves, obviously the kids can see, especially, if emotionally or morally, if you talk about that.
Yeah. So it's called enunciation. If you're consciously working on yourself, make sure your child knows how hard you're working on yourself. Even if you're making mistakes, tell them it's a mistake.
Yeah.
Okay? However, I'm talking about those little toddlers and those little early teenagers, okay? You got to make sure they do not, what's the word? Kids who are over that age, they are not going to wait for 2-3 years. That mommy's on a self-improvement program and she's doing some sort of, work on herself. She's going to be making excuses that, you know what? You lived most of whatever your life is. Now I'm going to have my own chance to make those kind of mistakes my own way.
Over which age? What is the age limit, you say?
Well, in Islam, there is no age for changing, except that, you know what, at a general rule, look at, the Quran talks about the 40th year, and the Hadith talks about the 40th year. The Prophet said, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, if you're not going to get an hidayah till 40. If you don't get it till 40, you're not going to get it ever. Okay, make sure you understand that. But that's a general rule of psychology, how human psychology works. There will be exceptions, of course. There's so many Sahabas who converted after 40. So there are exceptions. What he meant, Prophet ﷺ, was that understand the brain. Because now we know that at the 40th year, the last change happens in the brain. The pineal gland settles itself. It's open. It actually blossoms. Now, that gland is now known for reflective thinking. I do not know because I actually studied that. They're not really sure about what it does. Okay? They're speculating that it's for reflective thinking. It's right in the center of the limbic system. That's the pineal gland. And that's the only time it happens. And that's the last time any hardware change happens in the brain. So, what I'm saying is, generally speaking, there is no, it's not too late. It's never too late in Islam to make that first step towards change. There is no, because realization, tawbah is always open till the day you die. The second you die, actually, you can repent, come back, resurrect yourself. So don't worry about this, okay?
I'm still not agreed with you because...
Agreeing to what? Making the change?
With starting the change with children, because I think even if whoever tells us to, if we tell our children to do something that we don't do ourselves, so obviously they're going to criticize us and they're not going to follow us anyways.
Hold on.
For example,
listen,
I'll
give an example. No, you're not looking at holistically. That's why. That's my mistake. I should have given you a holistic picture.
Yeah.
You're not going to have to go to Cambridge to send your child to Cambridge, right?
No, that's not.
That's what I meant. You're not going to have to hafiz the Quran to make your child hafiz the Quran.
Yeah, that's
you need to understand that. I'm talking about the zones where your kids better start performing. You cannot be in the zones performing better than them now in this age because you're in a different zone. Okay? For example, if I tell you to do 2 degrees in this year or in the next 5 years, you'll be like, I have too much on my plate right now. Degrees is not something that's going to happen, buddy. Tell me to read books, that's it. I'm not going to be able to put so much time into a degree. But any age of your child, at any point, you're the one who's doing most of his job or her job so that she can do that degree. Okay? That's your job. That's what we do. We are Pakistanis and, or Indians. We take up most of our kids' time and job roles and we tell them, don't worry about it, just focus on the books. Okay? Of course, they're not doing it, they're YouTubing, but still, focus on the books. That's what we are, that's why they're YouTubing, because they've got nothing else to do. So that's what I meant. That first save them from whatever, we're suffering from.
So that's then you're saying something specific. So I'm saying, for example...
No, I'm not just saying specifically. I'm talking about a lot of things.
Yeah, so
for example, let me give you another perspective. You cannot come into politics right now because... No, you can, you should, by the way. But because you think it's a big deal. But any kid of yours born in England will be thinking, I'm already in politics, mommy. All I have to do is write an article or change a certain law or file a petition against any sort of policy. Pakistanis don't think like this because if you are immigrants here, you're not going to have that confidence. You're always going to think that Gora is a superior being. I'm going to tell you why we think like this. Don't worry, that's a fracture in the self-esteem. I'm going to end with that. That's the third chapter. I'm about to enter the second chapter.
So, for example, if I'm talking about empathy, for example, if we don't have empathy, if we don't show empathy to our children, so how are they going to pick it up? So we need to show,
let me tell you, let me break some news to you. Because of the Church of England, I'll be honest with you, okay?
Yeah.
That's how it is. England is going to train your kids' empathy. And if your Muslim kids are now empathetic, that's because of your weak belief system and our culture.
Exactly, yeah.
England is way more empathetic because of the Church of England than any of our training module.
That's true, but
leave them in the streets of England and go put them to school. They'll teach you what empathy is. Let England do its job. Okay? People in England don't even understand what I'm talking about. Who's a local here? Oh, we have an Irish person here. In Pakistan, you go into an elevator, you cannot hear the word hello, because that means you're being hijacked or kidnapped. Okay? But if I don't say hello, it's awkward here. If I don't say thank you when somebody opens the door, Pakistan, nobody opens the door. That's empathy. When you open the door for somebody, that's empathy. No, that's not respect. That's empathy. Make sure you understand. Respect is another degree, a higher degree. Okay? Well, if I do it for a little child, I'm not respecting the child. Okay? That's pure empathy. That, you know, why would he? It's going to wham right into him. Why? I have already made that effort. Why would I make him go through that effort? Because it felt a little human thing to do. It always will. And if somebody opens the door for me, I am going to say thank you. If somebody has an eye contact with me, I am going to say, hey, how are you doing, buddy? This is trained into the system. Why? Because I'll tell you this. I know. Because of Jeremiah. I'm going to quote you right on the top of my head. Matthew, because of John, and Luke. It took 3,000 years, well, close to 2,000 years, or not 2,000 years of building a culture of understanding these sort of values. Now, Quran is talking about it loud and clear. Like louder than the Bible. Quran is yelling about empathy. Prophet said, do unto others what you want others to do unto you. Right? That's the Bible as well. They took it from the Bible. We didn't take it from Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We know that every child in class 1, grade 1 knows that a Muslim will love for his brother for whatever he loves for himself and will never like for his brother what he does not like for himself. We are trained this hadith, grade 1. We didn't incorporate this. I'm not going to go into that kind of detail because that's common sense. Okay? Here you go. First and foremost, this is the game plan. Okay? Get your local ulamas in order. They're not going to do it. You'll have to do it. You guys are more in number. You guys are thousands more in number than they are. They're 1% of you guys. You better start stringing them together. No more isolation. Who's going to call the shots? You guys are calling. Who are you? You're not regular folks. You guys are Muslims who are thinking. Most of the Muslims are not even thinking. You got to put, you have to force the ulama to string together, make it as virtual shura right away. Right away. When they're going to find London push-pressing them because they're not going to be able to do that in Pakistan, you can get killed for doing that. Okay? Gather the people based on their expertise. Come to the masjid. Make it an education center. How? Your town hall better happen eve of Friday starting, once a week there. Make it twice a week from there on. If you're not going to lead the masjid, you're not going to lead the masjid, then that guy is already, and he's only going to do a 45-minute sermon on Friday. Now, the problem in Pakistani mindset is we're from Pakistan, we cannot own the masjid in Pakistan. But you're not in Pakistan anymore. Or what's the phrase here? You're not in Kansas anymore. You have to take over the masjid here and use it as a what? As a community center. How? You make sure that these kind of sessions are happening in masjids every week. You better make sure of it. And not just these sessions. These are, general sessions. I'm talking about certain sessions. You're from Australia, right? Pakistanis in Australia, you know what they've done? They put screens in the masjid, TV screens, and connected all of those masjids together. Not through one server, but different, maslaks there. But now they're working on getting all the masjids together. So one update going everywhere. One lecture going everywhere. They're not doing it more than just Friday. I told them, do it Thursday as well. Do it Monday. Evenings. Mommies are going to send their kids because they know that thing that the lecture is on is going to get them their grades. How are they going to know that? Because the imam is going to do the math on who and what's, who's studying where, and that's his job. That's the job of the imam. Make sure. I'm going to give you the platform. I have about 200,000 people coming in, inshallah. Globally, not Pakistan. Okay? Pakistan, I'm not even counting Pakistan. Overseas. I'm going to America right after this. Connect every one of these people. In this, do you have everybody coming in the Facebook here? Who's Fahad? Yeah. I need everybody connected in one group so that we can all connect all you guys with Houston, New York, Irvine, California, Chicago, Oregon, Vancouver, Toronto, millions of Muslims coming together. And I'm only going to take 1% of them because all of them are not going to perform. Most of you guys are just going to go home and forget about this. It's okay. It's a natural bell curve. Some of you guys are going to be like, this changed my life forever. And some of you guys are going to be like, dude, that was the worst thing that ever happened to me. This dude I'm never listening to again. And most of you guys will be like, you know what? Whatever made sense, I'm going to take. Whatever I couldn't understand, I can't. That's your regular bell curve. So enhance the bell towards the right of people who are going to be active here, active, this one, this active, to make sure everybody comes in together. That's the mastery of networking, right? Networking is a skill. We're going to get you and your kids a lot of push. Teenagers separately, adults separately. And once you know that this is happening in New York, you're going to be like, okay, that's very possible in London. By the way, it's the other way around. In New York, you're 1% compared to what you are in London. London is the center of the Muslim overseas capital. It's not just the capital of England. You just don't understand the power zone of Islam. That's why I came to London. Ask them in Australia. You look at the videos. I'm yapping about how hopeful I am from London and England, English Muslims. You know why? Because you're not going through this. You are not going through, wow. Come on. This is called acculturation. I mean, most of you guys in the hall are, because you just newly arrived about 15, 20 years ago. But your kids are not going to be going through this. It's called acculturation. Understand how anybody identifies himself as a Muslim. Where is the wall? Oh, this is your QR code. Just scan it. You'll be in that group. There you go. That's another QR code there. There. It's like IMAX. Yeah. So, identity. What is your identity? What is, so many nationalities coming here together. Muslim is the only real core common identity. But it doesn't work like this. I just told you there are so many ways how we can get confused even within the bounds of Islam. So, understand, I'm talking about immigrants only, okay? This is the story of an immigrant. By the way, all of this presentation was called The Story of an Immigrant. We just ripped the title off because it made a little more, it sounded a little more romantic than anything else, okay? So, you are an immigrant. When you come in, your kids, they're not immigrants, they're born here. Do not treat them as immigrants. That's the first mistake you guys are doing. You're isolating them from England and alienating them emotionally. Just because they dress differently, they're not, Puerto Ricans don't dress like English. The Lebanese don't, the Portuguese don't dress up like English. Everybody dressed the same. Okay, but in Pakistan, we actually start to make them believe that, oh, us versus them all the time. And you know what? In Newcastle, or maybe it was Manchester, you know what the word for desis is? Desis. What's the word for desis? Yeah. Pakistani Indians are, you know what calling each other now? Apne. No, my Lebanese brother doesn't know that. You know what that means? No. Us. Anyone else is? The enemy. Anyone else is the enemy. That's a rookie mistake. You're breaking the psychology of the child. It's like he's never going to come into confidence. Apne, to apne, to apne. I'm like, what, really? We're the people who hate each other the most. Hum kab se apne ho gaye? But I mean, I like the fact that we're trying to connect. But come on. We should have used this word in Pakistan. मैं कैमरे बोलूँ ये अपने अपने हमने पाकिस्तान में खेले होते ना तो अपने हो चुके होते हम. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying this is just a hashtag. Doesn't mean anything. It should have. It better. And I'm calling Muslims apne. And I'm calling 7 billion people apne. Allah is calling all of them apne. So what happens is, understand how you break your self-esteem. How? Because this is the gyroscope of self-esteem. It's common psychology, first page of all academia. They're going to show you this, that you know what, any kind of low self-esteem, because of low serotonin, it happens because your serotonin drops. Because if you compare yourself with people with more money, you have less money, you're going to feel a little inferior. People with high political influence, you're going to feel inferior. You know, low self-esteem. People with more knowledge, you're going to feel inferior. Okay? Now, I get that. That's common sense. But what's not common sense is that any psychologist is going to tell you that when Sahil Adeem came to your place, he drew it upside down. Okay? That's the problem. Any and every era of human beings, any and every culture, any and every caste, creed, religion, all the human beings, when they compare rich man, smartest man, political man, who's the top of the hierarchy? Smartest man. Then political man. Then rich man. But we came into England for being the rich man. And that's why our child is not ever going to get the right self-esteem, because we have it broken. We have it upside down. He's never going to go to Cambridge because he wants that Mercedes or that job. Because that's the rich man. He's calling the shots through the wrong definition of his self-esteem identity. So if you want to be rich, you cannot be wise. Actually, wise, if you are any wise, you don't want to be rich. Okay? But I need you to understand this concept first. So, high intellectual worth in Germany, in France, most of all in Scandinavia. If you're a professor, you're naturally going to be the highest paid in your community, so that they can keep the system intact. That's how they understand human behavior. So, this should be number one, your intellectual worth. What? In England, this should be number one. That's number one priority. That's why I said, you want to do 3 jobs, you want to drive the Ubers, you want to do whatever? I don't care. Do it. Bust your chops. But make sure you do, because I need your kids going into intellectual worth. If you're not raising their IQs, I swear to God, you're lowering their IQs. There is no stagnation. Either you're making a smart person smart, or a smart person dumb. How do you make them dumb? You give them wrong definitions, wrong identity. First, right off the bat. And then, of course, you do the whole curve. And I just showed you. Now, this is where I want you to understand. This is where your questions are sitting. Most of you guys coming here. This is the 3,000 years after Ibrahim alayhi salam. The Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims all believed truly that there is one God and the laws should come from the book. The system, the politics should be run by the Torah or the Bible or the Quran. Most of the planet was running it. Now understand why I'm talking about this all of a sudden. Because we're talking about this. Your reason of coming to England, okay? That's why I'm opening this. Okay? Now, the planet right now, in which the place right now, I'm sorry, not the planet right now, England right now, where we are right now, is in a superior, okay? Superior sense of, where is it? Oh, here you go. In a superior scaffolding of the hierarchy of Dharma. England is far superior of a society than Pakistan. That's why you came here. It's okay. Money-wise, politics-wise, or intellect-wise, education-wise. I get that. Now, here you go. This is where I want you to to look at. The superior society of England became superior for many reasons. I wrote the bottom core base of why the Western society calls the shots on the third world countries. We actually lost the World War. Before that, there was another thing that happened that broke England's church. The Church of England was broken into pieces for 30 years. They fought, killed millions of people. It's called the Great War, by the way. They obliterated the church. And that's why most of England does not have divine legislations anymore. Okay? Most of Europe doesn't have it because all of Europe was fighting the Great War. And now, in 1919, First World War, and then 24, Second World War. When was the Second World War? 39. So, 2 World War. Who lost the Second World War? No, not Germany. Us. Muslims lost the Second World War. Germany was just another Western country. We were siding with the Germans. Germany is still Germany, by the way. Same Germany. But Muslim are 57 different countries now. You get that? Yeah, so whoever won the Second World War, all of those citizens of those people do not require a visa to go to each other's countries. Aaj pata chala. And whoever lost those wars, other than Germany, because Germany really fixed itself up. Okay? Whoever lost, they require a visa to go to these superior societies. Why are they superior? Well, whoever wins the war is the superior society. Doesn't matter how they win it. Once you won it, you are the alpha. Your political worth, then you chop off every single thing, take off all the resources, you gain more power from their muscle, you grow, and you grow stronger than those people who you just beat. And that's why their system, which was broken by their own philosophers, the Bible was broken, it's called the Age of Enlightenment. Their philosophers came together and they said, enough of this church. We cannot take your policies and your laws anymore. You're bullying us, literally. You're ripping our farmers and your regular man. We're not going to pay you a dime. And all of a sudden, for 30 years, they went against the church. They beat the church into pieces. And the law of Bible was no more. After the World War, whatever they had the law, their law came into our countries. So we do not have the divine law anymore as well. They lost it in 1600. We lost it in the 1940s. So, 3,000 years, God called the shots on the planet. That's the legislation from the Bible, the Torah, and the Quran. After this, Victoria called the shots on all of the world wherever Victoria was ruling, which was us as well. And now you pick out any country other than Afghanistan now, which they started now, okay? Which they just started. So I'm not going to say, oh, yeah, they got it. Other than that, even Indonesia, any and every country is running man-made legislations. Now you'll understand why this is where I'm going to end at. This is why I need you to understand, because you're all Muslims. It's my duty to tell you that because you're immigrants, because you're Muslims, because you came to a superior society, now there are 3 times the job upon you. Now I'm going to tell you the story of an immigrant. First, get this. Allah says there are only 2 kinds of people in the world. Okay? 1, 2. Allah says 2 kinds of people. Allahu waliyul ladhina amanu yukhrijuhum min adh-dhulumati ila an-nur. People who Allah is protecting through His system. Okay? He takes them out from the darkness, brings them into the light. وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا أَوْلِيَاؤُهُمُ الطَّاغُوتُ يُخْرِجُونَهُم مِّنَ النُّورِ إِلَى الظُّلُمَاتِ. And people who are under taghut, they move from the light towards the darkness. So what is taghut, ladies? See, just like Palestine. What is taghut? Zakat? Boys, give me an example of taghut. Husband is taghut. Well, this is a Pakistani crowd. Most of the husbands listen to their wives, not Allah. I'm kidding. Taghut is simple. Taghut is a legislation which is not from Allah Azza wa Jal directly. It has to be a legislation. Okay, here you go. This is what Allah Ta'ala said. That's how Allah says, they wish to refer legislation to taghut while they were commanded to reject it. Okay? Where is it? أن تحاكموا أن يتحاكموا إلى الطاغوت وقد أمروا, which means the law. Hakam is law. Legislation is the ruling on which or through which the law is going to be implemented. So, taghut is any kind of law which is not from Allah. Obviously, it's going to be from men, okay, or group of men. Any kind of policy that I make which is not from Allah, that's taghut. Any kind of policy. In England, we call it playing God. Playing God. That I want to make my own policy. I'm going to put policy on you guys. And if it's not in the Quran, I'm sorry. I'm going to, because, it's common sense or whatever, I'm going to call it humanism or whatever, okay? That's why, last 40, okay. Okay, that's good. We're good in time. So, now you please imagine your children after this. Imagine what I'm going to say now. Picture your children in front of you, especially your 16-year-old, 14-year-old, and, in the mid-teens. This is the era of taghut now. After the World War, we have entered the era of taghut. Before that, shirk was the biggest. After World War, the biggest sin in Islam is taghut. Because you're not going to find a mushrik in any Lebanon, Egypt, Pakistan, or India. Well, you're going to find some. But Muslims are devoid of shirk. Now, we can argue that some of them have shirk in there, of course. But they're not going to be justifying it, yeah, shirk is allowed. No, shirk is not allowed. No one is justifying it. Okay? But everyone is justifying new legislations. You know what they're saying? New modern time, modern techniques. That's what Allah is saying, that if you're going to do this, that's the top of the top sins. And it's not a surprise that every hall I go to in every part of the world, by the way, nobody knows taghut. Exceptions are there, of course. 95% of all Muslims haven't even heard the word. And I'm thinking, you, Quran to 7वें साल में khatam nahi kar liya tha. What were you reading? This is in the Quran. Over and over and over again. You know when we said you cannot force a Muslim into Islam? La ikraha fid din. You know what the full ayah is? La ikraha fid din qad tabayyana rushdu min al-ghayy faman yakfur bit-taghuti wa yu'min billahi faqad istamsaka bil-urwati al-wusqa la infisama laha. That right and wrong is clear for everybody. Now it is upon you to choose between Allah and taghut. There is not a single hadith on taghut. Not even single, because Allah Azza wa Jalla is so clearly writing about this. No more explanations required. So, understand what's the problem. Why am I talking about? Why is this such a big sin? Understand that, and our job will be done today. Because this splits the identity, literally, the core of our system. Adam alayhi salam was made in heaven. We are going to end up in heaven because our progeny is from heaven. That's where the human beings are going to go. That's the core belief of all of the believers of Allah. The Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims. Same place, same heaven. Where we came from? We came from heaven. Okay? Where are we going to go? We're going to go back to heaven. Why? Why do we actually do whatever we are doing in this planet as a human species? We behave heavenly. Every single thing from this clicker to this cell phone to whatever we're doing, we are trying to create a little heaven here. No effort, ease, one button everything. Okay? You need to understand this is kun and is going, is being done. In heaven, Allah Azza wa Jal is going to let us, the Prophet said, you're going to be doing kun in Jannah of your own and things are going to happen for you. But we, since we are from heaven, we are practicing everything here. Islam told us that you want to be a king there, be a servant here. That's the job, that's the test. Be humble here. I'm going to make you arrogant there. Don't worry, you're the alpha in your own heaven. No one's going to be like you in heaven. You're the prettiest woman, you're the most powerful man in your own heavens. But since you're from here, your father is from heaven, was made in heaven, you will die to be in power here. That's why you see all of human beings trying to dominate each other. For what? Power. Everyone wants what? Obedience. From where? Everybody. What do you want to be? The most beautiful girl in the world. Why? Because in heaven you will be. You are from heaven. What do you want to be? The most powerful man on the planet. That's the fight. Biggest industry in the world? Armaments. Biggest game in the world? Killing each other. Why? Get them to obey us. That's our core. That's why I want you to understand. As soon as we're going to go out of Islam, Taghut comes into play and starts making your own power. You want to feel, and you're making your own laws and your own legislation, your own policies. That's where it's rooting from. Understand the problem. That's natural. That's psychologically okay to feel like this. Islamically, you need to control and channel it. So, hardware is going to shake. Operating system is designed for this hardware. It's going to tell you what to do when it happens. Okay, so when I eat something which is infectious, I generate a what? A fever. Hardware is telling me that there's something wrong with the hardware. Just like that, I told you a selfish person might like that selfishness for himself. But whenever selfishness is done upon him, he finds that repulsive. Hardware talks to everybody the same. That's where this mindset is coming from. That I need to be in power. I need to be self-sufficient. This guy says, no, everything is God-oriented. Better be. Allah says, make sure everything, you know, that you owe everything to God. Everything is God-dependent. Everything is God-serving. Every law is God-serving. Everything is God-made. But this new mindset is going to be, oh, no, we are given that power even if I'm religious. I'm going to say that. If not, oh, no, there is no God. Everything is made by man. Everything was made by its own self. Everything is self-owing. Everything is self-sufficient. Everything is self-serving. Hence, everyone will become selfish. Selfish. That's this natural need for liberty. Natural need for liberty because of our progeny of Adam alayhi salam. Natural need of liberty. We cannot control it. We're going to start expressing it. And it's okay to be liberal if under an umbrella of the system. Because we are human beings, we need that liberty. That's the basic right of a human being. But the word liberal and liberty is so misused that our kids are going to be like, okay, hold on. I'm either going to be religious or liberal. And you'll be like, yeah. And that's not going to work. Because Islam and conservative Islam, the Islam of Sahaba, different. Islam of today's conservatives, totally different. Some of the liberal Muslims actually have more, some of those elements, more from the Sahaba than the conservatives. I cannot explain to you some Sahabiyat's life in the current definitions of Islam. I cannot explain to you some Sahaba's life in the current definition of Islam. You know, this is a problem. Because these people made it too conservative, these people made it too liberal. But Islam is absolutely not as conservative as these people, definitely not as liberal as the liberals make it, but oh my God, no, not as conservative. So there's a fracture. What happens is common sense things which are supposed to be in Islam are taken away from regular people, the scholars. These people rebel against those definitions, and you're going to find that in your homes. A lot of times, your kid will be right, and you will be wrong, but you will be quoting a hadith or ayat wrongly. Because that's trained into your system. And a lot of times, our liberal kids will be totally wrong, and we will not be able to do anything because of our broken self-esteem. That's the problem you're supposed to solve. Now, this is your new age Muslim right now in your house, right now. Maybe you are the new age Muslim. This is laws, anything, whatever is written, whatever I got from whatever scholar. If it says Quran, if it says Hadith, if it says Rahmullah, I'm going to believe it is from Allah and I'm going to obey it blindly. That's it. No, Ibn Taymiyyah is good as a prophet. You know, most Hanafis believe Abu Hanifa as Sahabas used to believe in the Prophet. Hanafis never criticized Hanifa. Shafi'is never criticized Shafi'i. They were regular human beings. Why aren't you going to critically think out of Hanifa? You're not going to do that. Because you're not trained into it. That's a conservative mindset. And a liberal mindset is going to challenge everything. So much so that he's going to start challenging the Quran. Okay, let him challenge it. If you're not knowledgeable enough in the Quran, you're going to fall and you're going to start beating that boy up out of Islam. You're not competent in the Quran, you cannot answer his questions. That's the problem most of the parents are having inside England. So, understand this word, please, this word. In England, please, explain to me this word. What's secularism? No, what's the word in English? English. On camera, I'm looking for English native, English teachers for my proofreading of the books of character building. I'm saying this on camera so that this can go on video. Local English, England. I'm in England right now. I'm asking for help from experts of English so that they can actually fix my books for character building. Okay, please make sure it comes on the camera. Yes. Anybody here, by the way, who can do that? No? It's all right. Yes, secular. Basic English. What is secular? What is seclusion? Apne. Yeah, apne. Yeah. Apni is seclusion. Playing in silos. Separating two different things. Keeping it in isolation is called seclusion. This is secularism. You need to understand. I'm going to give you a case study. Who is listening to Muhammad Ali Mirza? You guys don't know him? Okay. He's using the word Islamic secularism. Right? Even though this is the word he's supposed to use. Islamic libertarianism. And he's right. But he does not even know the word libertarianism. And he thinks secularism means something else because he does not understand what it means because he does not open the dictionary. And they get the feel of the word secularism and they use it. Even though secularism means simple. What is secularism? Secularism to seclude. This is seclusion. This is secularism. This. God, law of the God versus law of the man. Separate them. Okay? By the way, Muslims are way more secular than any other religion. Why? Because we believe in Islam now, in the current version of Islam, that politics is the job of the politicians and masjid is the job of tazkiyah. That's why your kids are not going to go end up in masjid because they need the power from Adam al-Islam's progeny. Masjid is not going to give them the power. That's why you will either see a politician or a Maulvi. In Sahabas, they were the same. Ali bin Abi Talib was the Maulvi, was the Alim, was the Mufti, was the politician. Abu Bakr Siddiq was the politician, was the scholar, was the Maulvi, was the Alim. Here, we cannot do that. Nawaz Sharif cannot even pray. Bilawal can't even recite the kalma. You need to understand. And they're really good in politics. They're doing half the job. Actually, they're doing it so well that their laws, the Maulvi who can do all the Quran and Seerah, is going to bow down to Bilawal and Nawaz Sharif. Their laws. What's the point of all of this Quran and Seerah if you're not going to be able to implement or use it? And Bilawal is going to tell me when to pray and or pray or not to pray. He doesn't even know how to pray or what prayer is for. He's never prayed, but he's the lawmaker. That's the problem. That's what I need you to understand. So, coming back, secularism. Secularism is Matthew 22, book of Matthew in the Bible. They started it. Matthew, the tax collector, the disciple of Jesus, he said, leave unto Caesar for what is to Caesar, and leave unto the church for what is the church, even though he was talking about money, tax. But it is used by the Christians from the Council of Nicaea, and now it's the credo. Now, that's called liberal democracy. Now, but it's called secularism. Why? Because now the church cannot intervene in lawmaking. And the lawmakers cannot intervene in religious affairs. Or it's called spirituality. Now, I know the Christians don't do that. When did we stop? Well, we stopped after Yazid bin Muawiyah. He literally tore away the fabric. Okay, and now I'm going to give you a test case. Test case is that this definition of, okay, I'm going to give you the test case right. Let's just get this first, secularism first. So, in Islam, if you go into politics or try and set the game in order, it's now, as Muslims, considered now, regular Muslims, considered anti-Islamic. Because Islam is all about purification of yourself. You go towards power, you're a greedy man. And I'm talking about the best case scenario. Worst case scenario, you're a kharji. You're a kharji. You're trying to fix Nawaz Sharif, you're a kharji. Only people of power can fix Nawaz Sharif or Imran Khan or Zardari. That's their version of Islam. You cannot criticize your ruler in Islam of the current definition. You cannot criticize them. It's the fatwa, by the way, in Ahl Sunnah. So whoever is Nawaz Sharif or Zardari or whoever, wherever, Anwar Sadat or Hosni Mubarak or whatever, or Muhammad bin Salman or Muhammad bin Zayed, you cannot criticize them. Why? Because it's khuruj. It's a death penalty. That's how secular we become. So that gives birth to the common sense Muslim, the fourth Muslim. These are the three, by the way. These are the three. 1, 2, 3. This is a thought process. This is your regular thought process. Because, of course, they gain different academic competence. These went into the Quran and Sunnah. These came into politics and, lawmaking, public policy. These guys started mixing a few things here and there. This guy comes in and he says, okay, hold on, buddy, hold on. Hold on, let's think. Just think. If Taghut is making your own laws, and if the masjid, if the Quran is saying, وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ, how am I going to make وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ if somebody else is in Quwwah? I need to be competent to do what? To put it into play. So these people are saying, okay, if Islam, here you go. If Allah says deen means law, if Allah says deen means law, and then Allah says li yuzhirahu, Allah says huwallazi arsala rasulahu bil huda wa dinil haqq li yuzhirahu ala dini kulli wa kafa billahi shahida. Allah says we sent this messenger with haqq only, the truth. And you're going to see this system taking over and prevailing over all the systems. You're going to see that happening. This is the identity of a Muslim man then. We got to make sure it happens, because it has not happened yet. Someone's going to come and do it. And it's not Imam Mahdi's job, because we know the prophecies of Imam Mahdi, and it didn't happen in the time of Imam Mahdi. And we also are waiting for Jesus' second coming. But that's not what this ayah is talking about. This ayah is talking about the job of a Muslim. Okay? So, whenever you're going to see two types of Muslims, and you're going to see definitions of Islam, one will be like, oh, Deen Islam means the Mazhab Islam. Even though the word Mazhab is not even once quoted in the Quran. It's not in the Quran. Where did this word come from? It came from the sages. And now, if you ask any Muslim, what does Deen mean? He'll be like, this is what it's going to show. He said, Deen means your rituals, the prayers, your fasting, your hajj, your routines. Deen means your individual aqidah and focus and tazkiyah all the time, and your aqidah. This is what Deen is. That's the current definition of Islam. Now you pick out any scholar, anywhere in YouTube right now, anyone that you're listening to, you're going to find all of it. You're not going to find this thought leadership. And son and daughter of Adam and Hawa demand thought leadership. It's in our progeny. We get attracted towards it. You pick out any scholar who is teaching you thought leadership, he's not going to be a Muslim. Forget about being a scholar. He's not even going to be a Muslim. Scholars, well, they don't believe in that. But a regular Muslim going into competence of thought leadership, no, we're not training our Muslims kids into it. Then global change, no Muslim talks about the globe. We isolate first and foremost Ummah versus them. And then changing the globe, no, just our own places. And not through global political change, no, by cleaning our own house. So who's going to talk about global change? Well, everyone. Who is it? Well, not a Muslim. Do we need it? Of course. Do we get attracted towards it? Of course. Everyone's going to get attracted towards it. That's why you're going to see all of those powerful societies who are in power right now, from Scandinavia to America to Russia, even some parts of, Eastern Europe. You're going to see big names coming through here. Public policy? Well, never. Public policy, Muslims, never. Scholars, they don't even know what it is. You name any Muslim scholar right now, which you know of, is he going to be talking about training you into public policy? No. Who's training you this? This is England, 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 England. The schools of England, the colleges of England, the universities of England, the culture of England, they're training you into it. Is America training you into it? Of course, America is doing the same thing. Are they using the Bible? No, they're not. Because they were secular in 283 BC. AD. I get that. That's Council of Nicaea. When did we become secular? This was part of the religious credibility, religious performance. وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ. Take over. No, we're not going to do it. That's why you see these two different kinds of people. Why I'm crying? I don't see, forget scholars, I don't see any Muslim in this. And your kids better come into these avenues now. It does not take democracy and ballot box to come into any of this. You know what it takes? I'll show you what it takes. It takes in England, oh, it's a good clicker though. I'll show you what it takes. I need you to see this. This is your current status. This is England right here, okay? This is the democratic, this is Taghut at its play right now, right here. Men making laws based on opinions of other men and women, okay? This is the center. They're saying, oh, well, this is as liberal as you can get. You can do anything now. If you vote for bestiality, vote for incest. We'll do incest. It's going to happen. I'm not saying incest is going to happen. These things are already on course. They're already on course. LGBT was a public opinion, not a one-man opinion or coming from a book. No, no. Now it's the law. It is the law now. What is the law? Taghut is the law. So here you can see as blue as you can get, as man-made you're going to get. The law. I'm talking about the law. Now, this is the 30% which masjid gave up. You better take it from here. This is 30% of your masjid. You want to make a proper Muslim and Mu'min? These are your... This should have been inside the masjid. Now it's outside the masjid. It's right there. Train your kids into thinking globally and coming into power. Well, this is your strategy. You're going to pay for it? Of course you're going to pay for it. You're going to work. Tuition. A lot of money. Yeah, but that's what it takes now. That's what it takes to do وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ. You're not looking at the masjid properly. This is your masjid. Why? Because this is what Abu Umar ibn Khattab was doing in Masjid Nabawi. Now we got to do it here. Sorry. That's what happens when we divorce power from the masjid. My masjid is only making sure Hayya ala salah means this. And Masjid Nabi meant Hayya ala falah means take over the planet. Competent, efficiency, influence everybody. That's Hayya ala falah. Here, we don't even know what it means, Hayya ala falah. What does that mean? So what do you mean? This is not success. Success, Allah told us in the Quran. لِيُظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ. That's success. You think if every Muslim in the world starts praying, Islam will become the system, the law? It's a common sense question. Islam is not going to become the law in the world if every Muslim is praying or fasting or going to Hajj. Islam is going to become لِيُظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ when we are going to be in political might. Are you kidding me with this? Imran Khan? No. I'm not talking about Pakistan. I'm talking about the globe. Imran Khan cannot implement or influence the Brazilians or the Chileans or the Siberians or the English. Hell, he's influenced by the English. Not the other way around. It's okay. It's okay. Pakistan is not the point here. Muslim identity is. Competence is the point here. So, this is how we're trained. Listen to this. This is the Muslim population. This is how our kids are trained. That this is the list of Muslim countries, Christian countries, and that's not true. No, this is not a Christian country. I'm sorry, it's not. This is how it's supposed to look at it as Muslims. These are the systems running here. This is called Deen, Adyan. That's what I showed you in the Quran. That the brother of Joseph, Yusuf alayhi salam, could not enter Egypt because the law of the king could not give him the visa. Deenul Malik, the law of the king. Not the mazhab of the king. My mazhab does not give me the right over somebody's visa. The Home Office has. If I'm not let to come inside England, it is not because King Charles is praying. It is because the law of King Charles has a department called the Home Office. They have a certain limitation under a certain condition. Those conditions I'm fulfilling, I'm not supposed to enter. Or the other way around. So this is لِيُظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ. Now you tell me, do you see even the closest relevance of Islam here? We can't even put the word Islam here. Because when you say system, Muslim mind doesn't think Islam. So this is wrong data type. You will not see Christianity or Judaism or Islam here because Muslims don't think like this. The word deen is only in the Quran, not the Bible or the Torah. That's why they didn't write it, but we're supposed to write it. And when we said trying to put it, like, think about it. Look at the problem here. This is Pakistan, it's a Muslim country, but why is India is green? This is not a Muslim country. Do they have Islam here? No, absolutely not. You know what they have? No. This is the chart of the systems. Understand? Constitutional monarchy, England. By the way, monarchy, same as here. God save the Queen. Okay? This is the monarchy here and in Australia. God save the Queen. Well, now the King. God save the King. And Pakistanis are so good at their own systems of Pakistan, G-O-A-R-Y, that if I ask any one of you, what's the full name of King Charles? No one's going to know. And Nawaz Sharif's daughter, oh, she ran away when she was 16. Everyone's going to know. Imagine that. You're in England. Come on, come into power here. You're not even looking at the country that's offering you for 500 years hard work of Queen Victoria, King Edward, and James, and Henry. They placed this platform in front of you. And instead of utilizing the platform, you're playing on, every man for himself. Are you kidding me with this? No. This is not how it's going to work. So, what's going to happen? You're going to try and see why Islam doesn't even fit in this, because this is not the right data type. Data type error. When you're going to write Islam here, it's going to be data type error. Because you will not know the translation of Islam into the system. That's the lack of competence. So, understand what is the system of Islam so that you can translate it here and then expand it here. That's the job. All the laws come from, by the way, that's the demand of the church as well. All the laws come from God. That's the demand of Israel. All the laws come from God. None of the laws coming from, except 2 places in the world right now. Only 2 places, well, 3, Afghanistan just started. 3 places in the world. One is Israel. They have incorporated the Torah inside their system, not all of it. And then another Jewish community here in England called Gateshead. They're like, you know what, we're going to run our own system, buddy. We have a book. In England? Yeah, in England. You need to understand how, when people believe in their book, they're also immigrants, by the way. They also came from a lower society to a superior society. They didn't go through that inferiority complex. They didn't break their self-esteem. You know what? They believed in God and the book. They believed in it. I swear to you, that's the only thing that's different between us and them. They actually believe in God and the book. That's why they obey it. And I know I've spoken to them. I was taught by a lot of those professors. And I used to ask them. And they used to tell me. So this is the system. This is what happens when system is bullying or intimidating the rest of the world. So we are coming here. This is England. I just blew it up. This is where you guys came from, most of you guys. Or here, or Lebanon. Here. Okay? And Egypt here. You guys came from here. This is England. So what happened? Why? Because when your system is working, Everybody wants to be a part of that system. It's called potential difference. When your system is working and performing, every human being naturally has to be there. Why? Because everyone wants to secure his wife and kids. Everyone wants the system to work so that he can have fairness. Everyone wants health and mental and emotional security. That's why. This is, come on. This is the list of when the system works. Imagine all of Scandinavia every year makes it to the top 10. They're working, their systems are working. All of Scandinavia, Denmark, Norway, is there Iceland? Yeah, here you go, Iceland. Sweden, Finland, Iceland, all of Scandinavia. And do you see England here? No, you don't. Because you didn't come here just for the political worth. You came here for the 360 rupees per pound. How much is it now? Everybody knows it every single day. Every single day, everybody talks about it. This is the only common thing between low socioeconomic, broken self-esteem immigrants, that they talk about the currency rate every single day. They know about it. It's like homing device. Hell, even, the people who regulate their rate don't know about this. We know about this. So, you came to the wrong country because prosperity is with Denmark. Okay? And Norway. Norway is still topping the charts. I know. I'm done. Yeah. So, safest country in the world. Why do we bring our wife and kids here? Well, this is this is the reason. Dark red. See, anything else darker than this is Colombia. Colombia, Pakistan. And of course, people being killed in Africa just in one country. So, we had to run here. Sons of Adam, daughters of Hawa have to run to these places. Okay, that's natural. That's why Allah says, come on, make the system. Implement the system. That's the most organic demand of every human being I created. And we're all fulfilling that demand. That's why most of the people are running towards these countries, these. These are your Scandinavian. This is Norway, this is Sweden, this is Finland. And this is Denmark. And this is Iceland. Where is it? So, this is your competence curve. That's where I'm going to end at. When the system is working, look at what happens. Look at this. You know what this is? This is competence in motion. In motion. Look at this. England, Europe, Scandinavia, America. You know what this is? People working in science. Publishing in science. Writing journals, accredited journals in science. Look at the rest of the world. Empty, 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 empty. And look at this. Can you not see the contrast? Now you know وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ. This is وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ. It is not a fluke. It is done by design. That's why I need your kids. And I need your masjid in England, in London, all of them. Well, at least most of them. This is how you look at the map of education. Why is this the first time you're looking at this? This is your basic formula of the competence tree. But this is the first time you're looking at it. That's why our kids become doctors and engineers only. And their kids become our leaders. They control the medicine as an industry and a sector. We control our household income only. And that too, not most of the time. Pakistan कहाँ से आ गए इधर? किधर? Show me Pakistan here. Where is Pakistan? आप पाकिस्तान में? तो इसका फायदा उठाए ना, ये कह रहा हूँ. आप क्या पढ़ रहे हैं यहाँ पे? बस ये मसला, बस ये मेरा पॉइंट है. Muslims are always students. Uh, say what now? Hold on. Did you get what I'm saying here, most of the people? Okay, okay, good enough. Listen, I'm just saying, let me show you some numbers, okay? Let me show you some numbers quickly. Get this map. Understand, your kids, by the way, your kids in school, colleges, they know this map. That's how they rate which career line is going to benefit, what impact. It's called the impact, okay? You need to understand, it's a map. You need to know how to choose a line of expertise. You can't just be casual about وَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُمْ, eh? This is the output. This is the output. It's not a fluke. Take these slides. I'm going to show you, send you these slides in the WhatsApp group. Okay? There has to be a WhatsApp group. Obviously, it's not a secret. Okay? Actually, share them rest of the world. But you know what? You're the only people who can explain these slides to them. I'm going through them because I'm talking about them. There's so many slides I haven't shown you because I've spoken about them. If you share them without lecturing people about them, they won't get it. Okay? This is a strategy. Make sure I'm trying to tell you how to start using England now. Benefit England. Being on welfare makes you a pest of any system. You need to understand it's not Muslim to be on welfare. You need to understand, it's common sense. It's not just, scholarly to know about this. This is the Muslim perception from the non-Muslim. Okay, I'm not going to go through these details. Go through the data. Very poor. Very poor. Okay? This is Muslims versus Muslims. These are our influencers. Tell me, let me ask you something first. Let me show you a case study first. This is the current landscape of Israel right now. That's what the world thinks of Israel. Real data, okay? Everybody in blue does not like them. Okay, yellow, gold does not like them. All the countries are saying, we don't like them. That's the landscape of Israel right now. Right now, okay? This is what they did. That's how competence is done. They came together. This is their masjids. This is 329 pages. I just have one page in front of you. 329 pages of lists of little clusters of them coming together, sharing knowledge, resources, expertise. They're masjids. We call our masjid where we go, pray, which we don't even understand that prayer because we don't know Arabic, and then run. This is what I want you to do in England. Your kids, that's what I'm trying to do in all the world. Clusters, this is one of your groups. You better start forming with a purpose though. With a purpose. Remember the curve? With a purpose. 329 pages. You know what? There are more than 13,000 organizations. They opened. What did they do? Well, they started making pyramids of clusters. Everybody knew each other, everybody knew the same purpose. What happens? Single purpose comes up with a long-term strategy because they gathered their ulama together in a string. They forced the regular man, their scholars, to come together. By the way, not physically, globally. That means virtually. They needed a global influence. This is what their global influence looks like. Okay, this is what their global influence looks like. This is where they are. This is real numbers. Great job. That's how performance is done. If you have the right purpose. And then what did they do? Well, this is the last 100 years. This is what they did. 22% of all Nobel Prize goes to a single family. 954 Nobel Prize. काम करना पड़ता है. You gotta work to become competent. How many do we have? We have 3. Why did we get those Nobel Prize? Because we got shot. Yeah, all of us got shot. So we're good at being at the wrong place at the wrong time. They are good at being at the right place at the right time. This is being right place at the right time. I'm talking about household, Then what happened? What is Fields Medal? The highest of mathematics. The Nobel Prize of Mathematics. This is them performing. They're doing their job right. By the way, that's the progeny of Adam, to be competent. They're doing it. By the way, no human being can get a Fields Medal or complete the ceremony of it unless he stands in front of a Muslim and gets his picture taken. Otherwise, they're not going to believe it. That Muslim is the father of mathematics, Al-Khwarizmi. When the system is in place, that's how Muslims perform, people perform. Now we don't have a system. Now we have no performers. Every one of these Fields Medal in the world, they have to stand in front of Al-Khwarizmi's picture and get their picture taken. In other words, they have come in front of a Muslim performer and get their performance accredited. And then what happens? This is what happens then. Where is it? Uh-huh. This is what happens. Fourth most successful economy. Money starts to reel in because they're performing. And when I say money, I mean two different things. This is not money. Even though it says money, $5.7 billion. You know what this is? This is politics. This is many people sitting in Cambridge, a few people sitting in jail, a few people in the American Senate, a few people here and there in Germany, 2 people in France that I know of, they make this happen every year. Because purpose, same, community, competent. Purpose, community, competence. That's it. That's how it works. That's the game. And we better understand why I gave you these numbers, to make sure you understand. That was the original world order that was given to everybody. We just think, oh, you know what, purification, spiritual cleansing is the only reason why I came here. No, you came here so that every human being is protected by the law of Allah so that he can understand. Whether he likes to or not, he won't be able to go out of the bounds which Allah has prescribed for us. The hardware, Islam, the operating system or the software. That's it. Prophet said, on the day of judgment, Allah will be amazed. Allah with all his knowledge will be amazed when he's going to see angels reeling with strings, people with ropes and throwing them into heaven. The Sahaba says, Ya Rasulullah, people will be throwing him into heaven. What does that mean? Well, it means the system did not let them sin. If it were up to them, they would have sinned. But the system did not allow them to sin. Just like in Pakistan you go, the first thing you break is the traffic light. You come back to England, the first thing you break is the Pakistani identity. You become English. The system is not going to allow you to do anything wrong. That is the purpose of Islam. To make sure we are raising our next generation into competence. Now you'll understand this slide. This is the purpose. This is the solution. First and foremost, make sure your kids raise their IQ through where? Sorry, not through us. through England. They have done their hard job. Let them work at it. Send them, make sure you send them those institutes and make them perform there. Okay? Make sure their IQ in Islam, England is not going to give that. IQ in Islam, you raise. IQ in, the world order, worldview, sorry, let them do it. Political capital, everybody is in the same community. Connect, network, based on certain clusters of requirements. England has certain requirements, America has separately, Pakistan has separately, India has separately. Everybody comes together, you'll find out most of your kids will have amazing careers in the next 3 years just because of these WhatsApp groups. I'm not going to keep it on WhatsApp though. Your own kids are going to make platforms. Because MBS is hiring from England in the next 5 years for all the demands he has politically. Erdogan is going to have to hire. Imran Khan is going to have to hire. Or Nawaz Sharif. Actually, he did bring people from England. Competence from England is not equal to competence in Pakistan. No matter how competent you are in Pakistan, if you are competent in England, you have a global career. Why? Because of the hierarchy of dominance. So, make sure your political capital in England is worth 1,000,000 times more than your political capital in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, or wherever. Because of however the hierarchy is set. Then your financial capital, you better be making money in England. Piling resources, better be performing. Go into businesses, start building your entrepreneurship, clusters, structures. Make sure, if I give you a network for 300,000-400,000 people, you're already a millionaire. You just have to launch products there. But I'm not going to have a cluster only in England. You guys already have that. You need to have that sense of how to accumulate resources through your performances. They're not making any flukes, these Jews. Their products are actually performing. You compare any Jewish product with a Muslim product, no Muslim is going to buy it. Because the Muslim product will be faulty and Jewish product will perform better. Their processes are better. Their industry is way more efficient. We don't even have close to being efficient. Admit the truth. We better understand how things are done. So, I need these 4 pillars coming from our future generation and us. Now you tell me, can we do that in Pakistan? No, we can't. Because we can't even do that in Indonesia. By the way, Indonesia is rising really well. Understand. They're performing really well. But politically, they can't. They're another 51st state of America. They cannot. So me having a Muslim child in England, coming into, blooming into competence is way more important. He's going to benefit a lot more, millions of people than in Indonesia, even though they have about 300 million. So I hope everyone's clear as to why and how and most of all, what. I am going to, going back. No, I need to go to this slide and then end it right here. This is what Allah says, "O people, I am not going to take the first step." Book of Matthew, same line. Okay? Allah in the Quran says, God helps those who help themselves. God empowers those who are powerful. That's the Bible. And in the Quran, Allah says, "Inna Allah la yughayyiru biqawm ma biqawm hatta la yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim." God is not going to take the first step. You're going to take the first step, I'm going to enhance you. You stand up, I'm going to make you fly. But you're not going to stand up, I'm not going to do anything. You're not going to come into a sense of community? Sorry, we don't deserve it then. We just don't deserve it. Because Islam is not a solo sport. Muslim is 1 by 2 billion. That is a Muslim, 1 by 2 billion. The job is 7 billion. That's the job. 1 by 2 billion is my identity, 7 billion is my job. Okay? This is why I wanted to end with this. Come on. This is a lot of text. This is politics. That's how politics is done. You tell me, any one of them in democracy? No, these are the people in democracy, not these. These are the people in democracy? Yeah, I know. Not these. These control America? Yeah, these control the world. That's how لِيُظْهِرَ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ is done. And I'm not here complaining, I'm here testifying. That's the way job is done. By the way, they raised this generation. This generation. His father was in the ghettos of Germany. You can't even breathe in those streets. Those are sewers. Literally sewers. They were put into sewers. And look where they've risen up. Why? Competence, performance. Concept, purpose, clarity. That's how they rose up. This is how they rose up. Where is it? This. Bigger purpose, sense of community, and competence. Mastery in the skill. That's how Islam is done. That's the reason why I'm challenging the status quo of the definition of Islam right now. If you don't define Islam like this, we're going to raise little minions of other people's, at their disposal. We're going to raise scholars who are going to be standing like this in front of their own prime ministers, begging them. We're going to be thinking about Pakistan elections and thinking, oh, something's going to change. Even if Imran Khan had won, or if he wins right now, he's going to be in jail in less than 6 months. By where? By Washington. How many times are you going to get deceived by the same system? How? That's just incompetence. That's just being dumb. Even if it's Mursi or, I keep forgetting this Hafiz, Chief of Army Staff's name. Same people. Confused by where? By when they were 6 or 7. Given wrong definition of Islam and right definition of competence. So they divorced those two things. They divorced the two things. They wanted to become competent because Islam was not the purpose. Wanted to become rich and famous and powerful. That's the problem. So it's a fracture in the Muslim identity that's causing the biggest cancer and problem in the world. Not the Muslim world, the world. That's the problem. And you're the solution. Your kids are the solution. That's why a Pakistani comes to England and starts telling you, you're not the first immigrant, I know. You're not the first immigrant, you know. We all know the first immigrant. And that first immigrant was Muhammad bin Abdullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. He didn't go from Medina to Makkah. He went from Makkah to Medina. You know what he did? Before he went to Medina, he asked for the power. That's why Uqba happened. Uqba Sahaba are way higher than Badri Sahaba. And we don't even know Uqba Sahaba. We all know about Badri Sahaba. Why don't we know about Uqba? Those 11 leaders, political powers of Medina, Prophet demanded, if you're not going to let me in or not going to give me Medina, I'm not coming to Medina. They said, Medina is yours. So he entered Medina with the power of as a king of Medina. So I am coming to England. I'm telling you this, I am going all over the world. And I know that England is my Uqba. Because England is the power center of the world. If you can raise competent Muslims, you're going to give way more power to Islam than anywhere else. Even in America. I need your kids performing. Your kids becoming Sa'ad bin Mu'az, the head of Medina. Or Sa'ad bin Ubadah at that time. Because we cannot raise those power homes and kids in Pakistan, India, or wherever. Even Arabia. We cannot. The power sits with the West right now. Okay, raise them. I need to fix Pakistan. I need to fix the Muslim world. Where are we going to fix them from? Well, we need the power structures and homes directed towards the right purpose. Use England, become competent. And I'm going to make the change there. And I'm not going to be alive at that time. Your own kids, somebody in Pakistan is going to make the change there. He's going to connect the wires and the electricity is going to flow. But if you're not becoming competent, then you know what? They don't even have a chance. They can't, even if they are competent, they're not going to be able to perform because they don't have the platform. And I'm telling you, if the Pakistani value inside Pakistan or the Egyptian value inside Egypt is not rising, you will be treated as second-grade citizen in England. It is the equity of a local Pakistani in Pakistan that pays dividends to your presence here. That's it. That's the equation. I really, really want to thank you for your patience of listening to all of this. And I really want to end this. This is the English. This is the last minute of the English tour. I want to thank all of England, all the hosts, and Scotland, not just England. You guys, you have no idea how much hope I'm taking back home in Pakistan. I mean it. I'm very stingy about praising because that raises false confidence. Your kids have higher IQs. Your questions are way more serious. You have a different platform. Pakistanis are dependent on your perspectives. Let England do the job. Let your kids perform. All you have to do is change your perspectives. Change the definition of the masjid. Change the role of the imam. Change the definition of the community. Your kids, just let them be English. Let, the whole circle of life play its toll on the next generation. They're going to perform, and they're going to become way more Muslims. They're way more Umar al-Khattab than the last 700-800 years of failures that we have everywhere we see. All we have to do is utilize the resources right now. And many people have worked towards, setting all of the system up. It didn't come by fluke or by chance. It's done by design. All you have to do is become a better part of the system, conquer the system, utilize it, help them get benefit from us, and benefit them as well. I need you back home. I don't want you to leave England and come back home. I need your power, influence, and competence and credibility back home. Right now, Pakistani elections are being run by 10 Downing Street in Washington, D.C. Whoever does not know about this is not even, he doesn't even understand the game. You think Chief of Army Staff is behind? No, are you kidding me with this? Even he himself is not, he owes every single bits of the power to the Americans. We need real people in the real power zones, and your kids are those real people, inshallah. Okay? This is why Allah Azza wa Jalla says that Allah does not need you, you need Islam. Islam doesn't need you. Allah says that if in Surah Muhammad, if you're not going to perform, I'm going to replace you with someone better. Because Allah does not play nepotism. Okay? We're not, just because we're Muslim, we're not favorite people of Allah. There is no such thing in Islam like this. Nobody's the favorite people. Allah Azza wa Jal said, if you're not going to perform, you will see someone better that I'm going to replace you with. He is saying to the Muslims inside the Quran. That's what I'm here to remind you. Okay? Again, thank you so much, guys, for your patience. And I cannot, I do not have words to explain to you how I'm touched by the hospitality of people in England who have hosted me. And more than that, I have hope from your kids who are going to host, inshallah, the system of Islam through your credibility, your perspective and their competence. Okay, that's the job. Thank you, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. No, please don't.
Guys, some of the WhatsApp QR codes are not working, so we will send an email to everyone who purchased tickets to right with the QR code. Thank you. That's where it ends. Okay.
एथलीट नहीं ऊपर आ सकता है इधर,
नहीं आप
हाई जंपर ऊपर नहीं आ सकता।
नहीं हम स्टेयर से ले आएंगे ना आप।
हाँ
स्टेयर
मैं
से
तो
ले आएंगे।
वालेकुम सलाम।
2 साल से कोशिश कर रहा था आपको देखने की,
सर
45 साल एज है मेरी, ठीक है, इतना अक्लमंद भी नहीं हूँ, कुछ हो सकता है मेरा?
अस्तगफुरुल्लाह, कैसी बातें करें? We are not Christians, I'm not a priest. सब कुछ हो सकता है, हम सब मुसलमान हैं। Any single second, anything is going to change। वो तो अल्लाह ताला जिसको जब जहाँ पे जाओ जो चीज़ बदल
किसी जगह
नीयत तो बंद है।
यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं आप किसी तरीके जो first
Come in the
आप
group,
जा रहे हैं।
come in the group, come inside the group. Start expressing कि आप क्या मतलब you're a, you know, what part of the machine you are। ठीक है? अब मैं गाड़ी के टायर देखता हूँ तो मैं इंजन का नहीं सोचता, मैं टायर का ही देखता हूँ ना। और जब इंजन का देखता हूँ मैं टायर का नहीं सोचता। So we need to know who's who and where is, you know, where is he।
Simple argument कर।
नहीं अभी वो QR कोड है। Yeah, okay, no problem।
सर आपसे पूछना था basically आपको son, he's a teenager, but you were saying get in the system, do this and
How
that.
old is he?
He's 15.
Yeah, study man, that is getting in the system। You better be scoring।
Fine, but there are so many distractions and problems. You've got the LGBT problem, you've got the boyfriend and girlfriend problem.
Yeah,
you've
उसको
got-
पर्पस
how do
बड़ा
we-
पर्पस आप बताते रहेंगे। LGBT तो कुछ भी नाश्ते में खा जाएगा ऐसे प्रॉब्लम को, तो उसको पर्पस ही नहीं पता। He is gonna think being happy is the purpose, that LGBT is a very good option। You know, being happy is not the purpose।
ठीक है, मैं बहुत सालों से ना आपको मैं YouTube पे डेली तकरीबन सुनता हूँ, रोजाना। बहुत शुक्रिया, जज़ाकल्लाह।
Barakallah feek sir, no problem। Barakallah khair, please keep दुआ में याद रखिए।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं बाद में आपसे सवाल पूछा था। मैं यहाँ पे मैं एक डॉक्टर के तौर पर काम कर रहा हूँ।
You are practicing medicine here in London।
जी जी।
So?
GP training। तो मैं बस आपसे ये पूछना चाह रहा था कि कुछ ऐसा हो कि आपने वो पाथवे तो बता दिया है, लेकिन मैं आपकी इस जर्नी का हिस्सा बनना चाहता हूँ।
Come with the group and start, you know, start adopting people। How old are you?
27।
Okay, you can adopt. Well, you can. I don't know your scheduling, but just because you're GP now doesn't mean, you know, you're not।
अभी ट्रेनिंग में तो काफ़ी बिजी है,
Yeah,
लेकिन
that's
मैं
what
चाह
I'm
रहा हूँ कि मैं
thinking।
बस वो अपनी ट्रैजेक्टरी रखूँ।
Make sure your competence is something that's going to create more competent people downstairs। And you're only 27. That means you got a lot of time to do a lot more other. Build it up now. Build it up. हो गया ना GP? Now build it up।
ठीक है।
You can't just stop here।
हाँ नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं।
No, you can stop here if you're making good money। And that means कि पर्पस ही गलत था।
ठीक है।
अल्लाह बचाया है डॉक्टर से, नहीं? Yeah।
शुक्रिया।
No problem।
Thank you so much, Sahil.
Where do we exit there?
It was great.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks.
Alhamdulillah. May Allah bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Keep praying, eh?
It's
because
Take
of
care।
you I'm
Yes,
here.
you said.
He's been listening to you, and you bring me here today.
Thank you।
I'm glad I came.
It's really nice.
Thank you।
It's pleasant. मैं ऑर्थोपेडिक सर्जन हूँ। एक सवाल पूछना है, मुझे ऐसा महसूस होता है कि मैं ना अपनी जो कहते हैं ना आप अपने फील्ड में हमेशा सबसे ऊपर जाए, अगर ना जाए तो फिर बंदा क्या करे?
आपकी फील्ड इस्लाम है, उसमें ऊपर जाए ना। ऑर्थोपेडिक सर्जन बेचेंगे ना,
कैरियर में भी ऊपर जाए सब
जाएं। अगर किस ऑर्थोपेडिक सर्जन होने के साथ साथ अलावा थिंग्स जो कि मेडिसिन के सेक्टर में है वो आप अचीव कर सकते हैं ना। खाली हड्डियां तो नहीं है ना, खाली आप करिए, दिमाग आपका करिए।
देख रहे हैं और इंशाल्लाह आपने बहुत इंप्रेस किया और इस रास्ते पे चलना शुरू।
Yeah, but you got no. Listen, I need guys like you. You don't need guys like me. You know, you get this।
आप गाइड कर रहे हैं तो हम इस लाइन पे चल रहे हैं।
But आप परफॉर्म करेंगे तो मैं इस लाइन में बचूंगा ना, और मेरे बच्चे भी। Okay। अस्सलाम वालेकुम। This is a girl। तो वो क्या है? जा चुके हैं सर। Everything is gone। Assalamu alaikum।
It's a pleasure to know you. So
Same here।
I've never met you before, but it's a pleasure to know you. I'm a university professor in philosophy of management.
There you go.
When you were talking about lots of things, I was really influenced with the logic, because I think I was just having a chat with him about Al-Ghazali. You know Al-Ghazali?
Yeah, Ghazali।
Very
misunderstood person.
And I'm teaching about the logic and the knowledge of Islam, and it corroborates with most of the things that.
Yeah, Ghazali was a performer।
Yeah.
Actually, he's still performing।
Yes,
He's
yes,
being
I
taught
agree.
right now।
I agree.
He can do PhD in Ghazali।
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
One question for you.
And do you have like a LinkedIn profile?
Yeah, I'm Sahil Adeem on LinkedIn।
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
you know
So
the spelling of that? Yeah, yeah.
The spelling I'll get it from the internet. I'll connect with you, and we can definitely meet.
I'll wait।
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man।
Barakallah.
Sir, quick question. So I was at your Birmingham event as well. So when you talk about democracy, I just wanted to relate you back to the
Democracy?
experience. Yeah, meaning you were saying that you don't believe in it. I fully agree with you on
No,
that.
no, I
As a
always
tool.
say it's an instrument.
It's as a
Yeah.
tool, right? What would you say about the Ikhwan and how they used power? They went into the fields, etc. They got power. And
Ikhwan
then the
al-Muslimin
military-
in Egypt?
In Egypt, right? I mean,
When did they get power?
when Morsi came, right?
Are you telling me that was power?
Naive, little, but you can't deny the
No,
fact they
Morsi
were
didn't even practice any element of Ikhwan philosophy when he came into power.
मौका
And
कर दिया भाई उसको.
So और कैसे?
Within a few months, you know what
He
happened.
should have done whatever he. That he was. I don't know what he was waiting for. He was trying to please the West, even though he had
Treading
57 huffaz in his cabinet. That's the first time in Guinness Book kind of a thing happened here, right? Oh.
Anyway,
जी जी.
keep up the good work.
Thanks man. Thanks. क्या? Oh, अच्छा.
एक फोटो बना
अच्छा.
आपने भी लेनी है लड़का मेरा उधर खड़ा है थैंक यू सो मच
No problem. No problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
One quick photo, please.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalam.
Thank you.
No problem. No problem.
Thanks.
Assalamualaikum sir, I have a question.
जी पूछें.
So question मेरा ये है कि मुझे like I'm confused between two things. कभी-कभी मुझे लगता है कि if I'm covered like this, ठीक है तो okay मैं at least इस्लाम में दाखिल हो गई हूँ और whatever else if I do.
Nuns cover themselves. So Islam पे तो नहीं दाखिल होते आप. Even nuns cover themselves.
No, I know that. But sometimes I feel because मेरी nature में cover रहना है, like nature में नहीं है.
Fight it.
Sometimes मैं ना इससे तंग आ जाती हूँ.
बस that's your all fight. आप बड़ी लड़ाइयों में आए, इस लड़ाई भूल जाएंगे आप. लड़ाई है ये, मगर बहुत छोटी. असल में बड़ी इसलिए लग रही है क्योंकि इससे बड़ी आप लड़ नहीं रही. You know what I'm saying? If you play big.
If I do like if I don't cover my head and if I do like get into big
इस बारे में आपको तंग करना बंद कर दे. What will be worth?
like मुझे लगता है कि अगर मैं uncover हूँ के like not uncover like अगर कभी मेरा
Sir,
जो भी है मतलब I want to do big things really.
Like give me an example of a big thing.
यहाँ पे मुझे
उसका इसका हिजाब से क्या ताल्लुक है?
I want to raise यहाँ पे आके ना मुझे वो social pressure feel होने लग जाता है कि कोई क्या कहेगा ये
Yeah,
अच्छा
no,
काम कैसे कर सकती है,
yeah.
ये क्या
Self esteem fractured है.
okay
Fix it. Yeah. बल्कि जान के हिजाब करें आप. जहाँ जरूरत ना भी वहाँ भी कर दिया करें. Self esteem ऐसे मेंड होगी आपकी. Structure हो जाएगी वो फिर. Okay? That's how you work on your exact reverse spin में डाल देना इसको. और इससे क्या कहा है?
please picture.
Oh. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
मुझे एक पिक्चर लेनी है आपके साथ.
मैंने आपसे वो सवाल पूछा था कि आप बेसिकली दीन और अपना सारा जो एजुकेशन थी वो आपने किस मैनेज किया. बेसिकली मैंने आपसे बुक रिकमेंडेशंस दी.
Ibn al-Qayyim.
Ibn al-Qayyim?
I'm telling you because of your age.
Ibn al-Qayyim. All right. Can I please have a picture? I just want to flex on my cousin. Just he watches you a lot, so that's why.
Ibn al-Qayyim has many books.
So he's an author actually. Oh man,
There's a lot more, man. There's a lot more than author. Start.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Is it okay if I take a picture?
Sorry.
सर आप इंडिया के बारे में शेयर.
इंडिया?
इंडिया आने के जानते हैं?
या क्यों नहीं है? इंडिया आने के कोई मसाइल इस तरह नहीं है जिस तरह हम सोच रहे हैं. इंडियन को होने मसाइल, मुझे नहीं होने.
मुश्किल है सर आपको बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रहा है.
पाकिस्तान है क्या? पूरी दुनिया में बढ़ रहा है. पाकिस्तान जो फॉलोअर का मुल्क होते हैं ना, वो बहुत जल्दी फैलते हैं, अपने अकीदे खराब करते हैं. फॉलोअर्स हमेशा अपने आका के दीन के ऊपर होता है. जी मैं उसी को कैमरा कौन सा वाला है? कौन सा वाला कैमरा? ये देखो. नो प्रॉब्लम. बारकाल्लाह.
प्लीज मेरे बच्चों के साथ भी हैंडशेक कर रहा हूं आपसे. इसको मैं स्पेशल लेकर आई हूं आपसे मिलवाने के लिए.
या यू कैन सी कि जबरदस्ती हुई है इसके साथ नजर आ रहा है उसको. Bechare. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's fine.
मामा भी ले ले फोटो जल्दी जाओ मेरी फोटो
सर जैसे आप जो एक सिस्टम इस्टेब्लिश करने की बात करते हैं ग्लोबली और उसके छोटे मतलब हम फ्रॉम टॉप टू नैरो डाउन अप्रोच पे आए तो उसका एक बेसिक यूनिट है फैमिली और फैमिली में अलग अलग पर्द हैं अलग अलग अफराद हैं लाइक मेन विमेन चिल्ड्रन व्हाट अबाउट दोज फैमिलीज जहाँ पे मर्द नहीं है और फिर आप जो बात करते हैं
सिंगल मदर्स की बात करें
सिंगल मदर्स हैं या फिर अनमैरिड वुमेन हैं जो ओल्ड एज
सिंगल मदर हो या नहीं सिंगल मदर को तो शादी कराएं अभी किसी वक्त
जी और जैसे उस सोसाइटी में नहीं पॉसिबल है नहीं हो पा रहा प्रैक्टिकली पॉसिबल नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट इंग्लैंड इंडिया आई एम फ्रॉम इंडिया तो वो लोग तो महरूमियों का शिकार ही इतना रह जाते हैं कि उनकी जो बेसिक नीड्स हैं वो फुलफिल नहीं हो पा रही वो इतनी हाई और ग्लोबल थिंकिंग कैसे रख पाएंगे और अगर वो रख भी पा रहे हैं तो प्रैक्टिकली वो पॉसिबल नहीं हो
मैं इसलिए ओवरसीज आया हूँ ना पाकिस्तान में भी वही हालात है इंडिया से ही लिया हमने
आपका कुछ कमेंट चाह रही थी उस पर कि इसमें
नहीं फैमिली स्ट्रक्चर तो आपकी बेस है वो तो जैसे ही टूटे उसे दोबारा जोड़ लिया करे शादी टूटे शादी कराओ लड़का हो या लड़की हो
और ऐसी सिचुएशंस में कहीं कहीं पे पॉसिबल ही नहीं है
बहुत थोड़ी एक्सेप्शन ही हैं
और फिर दूसरा ये भी है कि अगर मान लें शादी करा भी दी इन द केस ऑफ वुमेन तो लीडर जो है वो मेन
नहीं रहेगा
जी और वो मेन ही वैसा लीडर ना मिला तो
फिर क्यों करी उसे शादी इससे बेहतर कवाई रहे गलत लीडर मरवाएगा लीडर के बगैर जीरो पे रहेगी मगर -200 पे तो नहीं गिरेगी उसको नए मसले खुल जाएंगे फिर याद रखना अल्लाह ने औरत को कहा था कबूल तूने करना है क़यामत वाले दिन सवाल उसका ही होना है
तो इंडिया में करना बड़ा मुश्किल है
क्यों मुसलमानों की बात हो रही है ना
जी जी
तो मुसलमान लड़की से पूछा जाता है ना कि लड़का कबूल है कि नहीं
औरत हो 50 साल की 60 साल की
तो उसको तो वैसे भी उसी और किससे मतलब है लड़की मतलब है खातून और मर्द दोनों से पूछा जाता है ना वो कबूल है कि नहीं तो वो कबूल क्यों कर रही है
की बात नहीं कर रही मैं कह रही हूँ कि मान लें कोई ऐसी फैमिली है जहाँ पे ये चीज़ें ये गैप्स एग्जिस्ट करते हैं वहाँ पर क्या अप्रोच होना चाहिए
वहाँ पे गैप कम खत्म करने की अप्रोच होनी चाहिए What's your name?
Maya.
Maya.
Oh, come on. Student, you're Arabic class student.
You're in? Oh, really? You're Maria? No, I want a picture with this Maria. आ रहा हूँ. Okay, Maria. Maria? This is Maria and me.
Because I don't understand because she's speaking Arabic. I said that's why you're learning. No, she's saying Sadia. That's Sadia Shakur.
She's Sadia, but this is Maria.
She's so good. इतना दिमाग मारती है बच्चों के साथ.
How long have you been learning Arabic? Few classes, a lot of classes, month.
It's been 2 months, isn't it?
Yeah. माशाल्लाह. पिक्चर ले रहे हैं हम कहीं पे?
नहीं मैं एक सवाल पूछा था
मैं जी मैं जी पूछे आप रास्ते में
मुझसे पूछा था मुझसे इसका जवाब नहीं था कि अल्लाह को किसने बनाया अल्लाह ने तो हमें बनाया अल्लाह ने पूरी दुनिया को
तो अल्लाह ने ना बनाने वाला मामला बनाया है तो बनाने वाला काम अल्लाह ने बनाया तो उससे पहले कोई किसी को कैसे बना सकता था उसको बारी बोलते हैं अलबारी फर्स्ट टाइम बनाने वाला कोई भी चीज़ बनाने वाला बनाने का जो अमल है ना ये अल्लाह ने बनाया है
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right. You and I have been like, really at it.
Assalamu alaikum. No, I'm asking my kid. He was eagerly waiting to ask you a question, and he's busy on the phone.
Thank you. Sorry. I know. It's going to take a little while.
Do you want to ask a question? Assalamu alaikum. I'm so sorry. He's so tired.
No, it's all right. No, I can tell.
Long session. Do you want to still ask a question?
No, it's all right. Don't force him.
You sure?
Why are you forcing him? It's all right.
Okay. It's okay. Thank you so much.
No, it's all right. Is even aware of where he is?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
But now he's not.
No, not right now. Like for the session, he knows.
Yeah, he knew it.
Okay.
We prepared some questions for you.
He had a statement rather than a question.
Yeah, exactly.
So his mom.
Oh, come here, man. Come on, let's talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me.
Oh, yeah, okay. He written down all the questions.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's still available.
No, you got the kick out of this. Okay, I'm supposed to get up.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum.
Allahumma barik. The speech.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Assalamualaikum.
अस्सलाम। मेरे साथ अब ये खड़े हैं। अच्छा, डॉक्टर साहब कहाँ हैं? डॉक्टर जी, हाँ जी। जो नेक्स्ट टूर है ना, उसको समर में मिनिमम करना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि उसके बाद मतलब आई नीड टू प्रिपेयर द नेक्स्ट ट्रिप टू नॉर्वे एंड
मेरे 5 बच्चे हैं अंडर 10 है और इंशाल्लाह मतलब जिस तरह आप कह रहे हैं ना, मैं बहुत इंस्पायर्ड हूँ और इंशाल्लाह अल्लाह करे कामयाबी हो हमें, आपको भी और हमें भी इंशाल्लाह।
आमीन।
इंशाल्लाह आमीन।
आमीन। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
This way.
Oh, here you go. My mom, she watches you. How
Tell him, what did you write?
what's this word? What?
Rivalry.
Rivalry?
Yeah.
How old is he?
4.
And how old are you?
9.
You are competing with a 4-year-old.
I'm not. He is coming.
Oh yeah, let him do that, man. Let him do that. What else? What is as a good routine for a young Muslim? Routine, eh?
Yeah.
For what?
Like basically days.
You mean waking up and going to sleep and?
How should I do my days?
Oh, you're 9.
Yeah.
You gotta play a lot, man. You gotta be physically.
For non-Muslim.
Yeah. You gotta have 4 muscles fully active. Okay? Physically, you gotta be the most active boy.
Sure.
Okay? That's it. That's your routine for the day. Other than that, you're studying right now. Are you? You're studying?
Yeah.
What are you studying? You go to school?
No.
So what are you studying?
Like
books? No books.
a few books.
Okay, what kind of books?
Math books.
Maths, okay. Maths is the best subject. For this age, you better be the best at maths.
Okay.
Okay? Give it a little time, but make sure you're the best in mathematics in the next few years. Okay?
Yeah.
Are you good at it though?
Yeah.
Okay, become the best at it. Okay? Try and learn it. Try and love it. If you're good at it, I'm telling you, what's your brother's name?
Ozil.
Yeah, he's gonna love it too. Just because you love it. Just because you're performing in it, he's gonna start loving it. That's how it works, okay?
I'm always trying to like teach him.
Yeah, there you go. So you know, oh my God, mashallah.
Thank you so much.
सर एक तस्वीर
Thank you, beta.
नहीं, कोई बात नहीं.